Good afternoon. I'd like to call the Jobs and Economy Committee meeting to order. Committee Secretary, would you please call the roll?
Assembly Members Anderson, Backus, Carter, Hafen, Hibbets, Howdigi, Kasama, Koenig, Mosca, O'Neill, Torres Fawcett, Watts, Yeager,
Here.
Chair Monroe Moreno.
And I am here. Will you please mark Assembly Member O'Neill present when he arrives? I'd like to thank everyone for joining us today. I tried to get as close to 2 p.m. as possible, but we're doing pretty good for legislative time. We are going to hear one bill today. It's going to be Assembly Bill 5, which enacts the Nevada Studio Infrastructure Jobs and Workforce Training Act. We will have public comment after the bill presentation, questions and answers. And just so you know, we will be doing an hour of testimony in support, an hour testimony in opposition, an hour testimony in the neutral. And we will do a half an hour for each category in Carson City and a half an hour in each category in Las Vegas. I thought that would be the fairest that I could do on this. So, public comment will happen at the end of all of this today. And if you're joining us online, and hopefully you are, you can watch along with this hearing on our YouTube channel. If you go to Nellis, our legislative website, you can follow along with this hearing at that point too. Although we do not have phone testimony today, we encourage anyone that's not able to join us in person to please send in your written public comments. That will become part of today's hearing, and the members will get that written comment. So, with that, we will open the hearing. Members, before we continue on, we're just going to be in recess. Do not leave your chairs. We're going to get you copies of the special session legislative committee policies because the policies are a little different than what we had during the regular session. So just stand at ease for a few minutes. Okay, we will bring the meeting back to order. Members, you should all have a printed copy of our 36th Special Session Legislative Committee Policy. I will remind the committee you can review those and those that are joining us here in the audience, both in Las Vegas and in Carson City. Oftentimes, bills are confrontational. People have strong opinions on either side of the issues. But in this hearing, we will be respectful of all members that are sitting at the dais. We'll be respectful of anyone that is presenting testimony for the presentation. If someone chooses not to be respectful and courteous to others, I will simply have you removed from my meetings. That's just how I run things. If you can't be nice to one another, I don't really have to be nice to you, and you'll have to leave this meeting. We're here to get a job done and hear a bill. I intentionally want us to create an atmosphere of courtesy, professionalism, and at all times. And members, are there any questions before we go into the presentation on the committee policies that you have in front of you? All right, seeing none, I'll accept a motion.
Madam Chair, I'd move to approve the committee policies.
Second.
We have a motion from Vice Chair Backus, a second from Assemblymember Hadigi. Any discussion on the motion? Assemblymember Watts.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I approve of all of the policies except for the fact that public comment will not be accepted via telephone. So for that reason, I will vote no. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That is a decision that's not made by this committee. If you like to have a discussion with the speaker who makes those decisions, you're more than happy to have that conversation at a later time. And as I said, the public can participate joining us here in person in Carson City or in Las Vegas, or they can submit their written comments. Are there any other comments before moving? Not seeing any, we have a motion and a second. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay. And the motion carries. Thank you so much. And so with that, we'll move on and we will open the hearing on Assembly Bill 5, and I will invite the presenters to the table. Go ahead and fill in the seats of those that will be presenting. Assemblymember Hadigi, as soon as you're ready, you can go ahead and get started.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair Monroe Moreno and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to be here to present the Nevada Studio Infrastructure Jobs and Workforce Training Act, better known as Summerlin Studios. I was proud to work alongside you, Chair Monroe Moreno, during the 2025 session to present this bill at 3 different hearings and during the interim to get us here today. I'm really happy to be here. The whole point of the legislative process is to have public hearings where you get to hear the bill presented, you get the opportunity to ask questions, and you get to hear testimony in support and opposition. We shouldn't run from our responsibilities to vet bills and make decisions on them, no matter how hard those decisions are. At its core, this bill is about investing in Nevadans. By creating opportunities for hardworking Nevadans, growing and diversifying our economy, and establishing a long-term sustainable industry that will benefit our communities for generations to come. The numbers speak for themselves. 19,000 good-paying union construction jobs, nearly 18,000 permanent jobs, $2 billion in private investment, and an additional $3 billion in annual economic activity. Let me be very clear. Not a single tax credit can be earned before almost $1 billion in private dollars will be invested. and thousands of union construction jobs created. Since I was first elected, we have talked about diversifying our economy and making sure we are putting Nevadans to work. This special session, we have a real opportunity to do just that. Create thousands of union construction jobs and thousands of permanent careers that will support Nevada families, strengthen our middle class, and shift Nevada's economy away from the boom-bust cycle that has defined us since our very beginning as a state. Thank you, Chair. With your permission, I would now like to turn it over to my co-presenters, followed by Matt Walker to walk the committee through the bill, and end it with our last co-presenters. And seeing full seating behind us, Chair, with your permission, I would like to return to my seat on the dais and then return back to give closing comments.
And that permission is granted. And thank you to your co-presenters. You can go ahead and get started.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Vince Saavedra, Executive Secretary Treasurer of the Southern Nevada Building Trades Unions. I represent 19 construction unions. Proud to be here in front of you all again. Thank you. I'm going to ask before I get started, I see in Southern Nevada, we got a couple brothers and sisters over there. Can you please stand up to show your support for this bill if you're in Southern Nevada? I would also like to point out that both overflow rooms are packed as well in Southern Nevada and here in Carson City. So thank you all, brothers and sisters, for staying up there and hanging tough. I wanted to show you all the people that we're here representing today with Southern Nevada Building Trades and its 19 affiliates. Our members are incredibly eager to get to work, and that's what this bill would do. We're talking about 19,000 immediate union construction jobs. You'll hear about the project labor agreements in this bill, which is now expanded beyond what was in the original bill. This is great, thoughtful legislation that gives us an opportunity as a state to diversify into a whole new industry. Let's be clear, there's no other projects on the horizon of this magnitude. We really can't afford to pass this up. I'm going to ask you all to please do the right thing and help diversify Nevada and help put our brothers and sisters to work and bring the ones that are working out of state back home. Thank you for the opportunity. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
And most of them were handwritten by building trades members. We have 2 boxes of them. I want to stop by, a couple of things. We go over this script and we want to talk about, I guess, so many other things that could happen from this bill, but I'm just going to say it in my words like I always do, and most of you know me for this. For us, it's not just about the 5,000 members that sign these cards, all the members that are sitting out there in Southern Nevada that are either waiting to go to work or know that this could possibly bring a lot of work. I was here when we did the Raiders Stadium. I kind of feel like I'm back doing the same thing all over again. And that has changed. The Raiders Stadium has changed the skyline of Las Vegas, just like so many other resorts that we built. These jobs are Nevada jobs. These are not out-of-state jobs. And we make sure of that. We make sure of that on the jobs that we have going on right now. When you build a project like this, or like Allegiant Stadium, like T-Mobile, like the A's Stadium, it's a legacy. It's a legacy not only for the construction workers, but it's a legacy for their family. And a lot of you, it's going to be a legacy for. When you're done being an assembly person, you will stand up and say, I was part of that. And I think that's one of the most important things. For me, I look at what's outside the project. I always looked at what's outside the project. And what's outside a project like this is so many more jobs and so much more potential for the community. When we build a project like this, we don't just go in there and look at it as the project's built, we did it union. We look at it, I know my union does, and I know my brothers and sisters down in Southern Nevada do. We look at it as this is much more. My kids are going to have a chance. Their kids are going to have a chance. And sooner or later, it becomes a legacy full circle for the family. So I want to thank you very much of hearing from me. And please, we really need your support on this bill. If there's one thing out there that we can do together, we can get this passed and we can build this together. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You can go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to introduce myself, Brandon Morris with Carpenters Local 1977 out of Las Vegas. I just want to start off by extending my gratitude to the bill sponsors, which would be the Majority Leader Hardaway and Chair Monroe Moreno, as well as the Howard Hughes Corporation and Mr. David O'Reilly. I also want to thank Governor Lombardo, his leadership for being able to bring this important measure back before you guys so we can talk about this for consideration. As my colleagues have said, this is about jobs for us, but not just short-term jobs. The project introduction, the whole new industry that would result in long-term career opportunities for Nevadans. And it's going to continue throughout our state, not just Southern Nevada. It's going to continue to grow opportunities for generations. We have very real concerns, though. This does, excuse me, if this doesn't pass, our Nevada workers are going to have to continue to go out of state. When our workers go out of state, that hurts our communities, and that's what we have real concerns with. That hurts families. That becomes another total issue of mental health. Once a person's not working there, their kids aren't seeing their parents. We got real concerns about that. We've got bigger problems. Right now, this is something that we truly feel is a generational opportunity. We have it right at our fingertips, and we really urge you guys to pass this bill, and we really urge you to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Walker, are you going to walk us through the bill right now?
Yes, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity. Matt Walker with Howard Hughes Communities. Happy to be before you to walk the committee briefly through the provisions of AB 5. I will editorialize a touch just out of courtesy and respect for your time, but always happy to dig in deeper on any sections the committee may have questions at the appropriate time. So sections 1 and 2 of the bill outline the findings and conditions for a special act of the Nevada Legislature, including that content production will create thousands of high-paying jobs in the state. Section 3 outlines the intent of the legislature should the Nevada Studio Infrastructure Jobs and Workforce Training Act be adopted. Sections 4 through 9 define key terms. Section 10 requires that a development agreement be reached between the lead participants of the studio project and the state within 120 days of passage of the legislation. It sets aggressive capital spend targets to make sure that we build not only a high-quality studio, but high-quality commercial amenities to support something that's greater than the sum of its parts there at the entertainment district. That's a total of $1.8 billion over time that we need to prove out and spend. I'll note that the language limits the development of gaming properties and hotels within that first $400 million of expenditure at the studio project. We intend to continue to work with the chair and LCB to better reflect our intent in this section, and that is that no gaming of any sort, whether a non-restricted resort or a tavern, be open within the entirety of the entertainment district during the time that incentives under this bill are in place. That is a clear commitment we have with the gaming industry, and intend to have the bill better reflect that by the time it's available for consideration by this body. Subsection 2 of Section 10 requires an investment in the Nevada Partners Vocational Training Studios of at least $8 million and sets a deadline by which that vocational training studio needs to be open. That is part of our commitment to ensure that there's a one-to-one relationship between Nevadans ready to fill these jobs and these new job openings and opportunities that are available to them in this new industry. Subsection 6 requires the similar establishment of an Eastside Training Center. Subsection 3 allows for the state to lien the property of the entertainment district, the undeveloped portions of the entertainment district, should we fail to do what we said we're going to do, which is meet those statutory timelines associated with the development of $1.8 billion worth of new capital investment. And Section 10 allows for ensuring that we don't double dip by participating in GOED's existing incentive structures. As we're adding these new jobs and new incentives, we're only going to be earning the film tax credits that are allocated for the facility and not participating in any other abatements. I'll skip forward to Section 11. That sets a regulatory deadline of December 1st, 2026 for adoption of regulations that allow for those film production applications to start flowing and getting into the pipeline. It includes Section 11 of AB 5 includes diversity hiring plan and local hiring plan that must be filed with every application, and importantly requires an audit performed by a third party selected from a list approved by GOED to ensure that not only are they only earning qualified incentives and expenditures in the state for wages and in-state purchases, but that they're also abiding by those Nevada hire requirements and Nevada diversity requirements so that the workforce reflects our community and that those won't be up to our information but be certified by a third-party auditor. Section 12 describes what qualified expenditures are. Essentially, they're in-state wages and expenses that need to be verified in order to earn a film tax credit. Section 13 sets the most ambitious local hiring requirement of any film tax credit program in the country, ramping up from 10% in year one to over 60% to 60% over the life of the program. We're very, very proud of that requirement and appreciate all of the labor input and other input that went into getting us to that outcome. Section 14 sets the incentive at 30% and delineates how production hires should best reflect the diversity of our state to include minority groups, indigenous people, and veterans. For the first time, these requirements are extended to above-the-line personnel, and we're very excited to see how that beneficial cycle grows as we grow diverse film leaders in new roles and have them go on to greenlight their own productions, and the folks that they're going to hire and the stories that they're going to tell we know are different than what otherwise might come from a major studio. Section 15 outlines the amount of annual credits allocated to be earned by productions at Summerlin Studios. Section 16 outlines a credit certification, credit qualification certificate, and that's a critical tool to help both the studios and the state manage the credit against the cap as productions don't necessarily follow our fiscal cycle and may bridge fiscal years. It's important that we can reserve those credit allocations to be earned and know that they'll be there at the end of the picture. Section 17 has clawback language in the case that there was fraud or other improper information provided to the state that allowed for a production to improperly earn a credit. Section 18 is where I'm going to pause, take a much needed breather, and hand it over to the experts. John Vallardita with the Clark County Education Association. Could you please come up?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of this committee. Thank you for allowing this hearing to take place today. I know that folks have very strong opinions on this issue. My name is John Vallardita. I'm the Executive Director of the Clark County Education Association, the largest independent teachers union in the country and the fastest growing. I'm going to go through the section that carves out what we think this bill should get more attention than what it has up to this point. And that's the pre-K piece. But before I do that, I want to put it in context. When this bill first emerged, it did not have any provisions for education. My organization has never been approached by the industry. Never. We've not been lobbied. But we reviewed the bill, and even though we heard the argument about, boy, it's not a sum game that adds up, the numbers don't add up. And it's risky for the state because the state might lose revenue. Because the bill is based on an economic development model that's been adopted by this state for years. Tax abatements. But we looked at this bill and we saw opportunity. And we said, well, where's the revenue going to be generated? And the revenue was going to be generated at the local level. The Constitution in Nevada only empowers the legislature to fund K through 12. You are not obligated to fund pre-K. Now, it doesn't mean that pre-K is not a priority. Many of you, those also who profess to be experts in education, make always compelling arguments of how pre-K is foundational to a kid's education. So we go from session to session where we look for a bucket of money here, a bucket of money for there to fund pre-K. But unlike K through 12, which has a dedicated funding stream, that's the PCFP, per the Constitution, pre-K doesn't. So when we looked at this bill, we saw an opportunity to establish a dedicated funding stream for pre-K because the Constitution allows a county to raise money for pre-K. We explored this option in 2019 with AB 309. Speaker Frierson moved a bill that we supported that empowered the county commission to raise taxes at the local level for a number of things, starting with pre-K. So we saw an opportunity for the first time in the state of Nevada to establish a dedicated revenue stream for pre-K. And so with that, we went to work with the sponsor to determine how can we make that work. What is it in the bill that could change, that could generate what I just spoke about? And so what you have, and I'll walk through the piece of legislation in Section 18 in a minute, and if you have technical questions, you can ask Matt about those. I'm about the policy and the politics of this bill. The policy of this bill is about kids, right? Kids that need an opportunity that don't get an opportunity now for pre-K because there's no regular ongoing funding for it. Some get it, some don't. And the ones that don't get it fall behind, are behind. And they're disproportionately in the urban core. Working class kids, poor working class kids. They don't get it. This is a bill that provides opportunity for those children. And that opportunity translates into what did we pass in the last session with SB 460 with bipartisan support, a bill sponsored by the majority leader, merged with pieces from the governor that essentially said we have to improve outcomes. So we have measures now to trigger intervention for accountability. So if we're going to go that far and say, you know what, kids at the grade 3 should be reading by grade 3, then we have to start with pre-K and figure out how we can enhance their opportunity to do that. And that's what this bill can do. Now, the other thing that this bill does is it allows a school district, and you'll hear this later from Superintendent Ebert, it allows a school district to build a program incrementally based on the revenue that comes in. And why is that important? Beyond the idea of planning so that you can prepare and implement, if you had all the money in the world to give to pre-K right now in the state of Nevada, we could not do pre-K for every student in the state of Nevada because we don't have all the teachers, we don't have the aides, and we don't have the classrooms. This bill allows, with incremental increases in revenue, the ability for a school district to build successful pre-K programs and hopefully target where the greatest need is. The other thing that this bill does that's unique, very unique, is it integrates K through 12 with higher education. It requires that the funding that is captured at the local level not only provides for pre-K education programs, but requires a school district to work with UNLV College of Education for a career path for early childhood career teachers. This is absolutely critical that we need to fill. And so with that, why is my organization here today supporting this bill, particularly when it's framed as by opponents that it's not a good thing for the state? Because this portion of the bill is good policy. And until this legislature and the governor act on any of the recommendations that have been sitting on a shelf for 6 years by a commission that was essentially sanctioned by this previous legislature to find strategic revenue to increase K through 12, my organization looks at bills like this to find out how can we carve out dedicated revenue for K through 12, and in this case, pre-K. We have a track record. For years, you had some of the organizations that are in your ear now against this bill saying tax mining. We helped move tax mining in 2021, and all that revenue on tax that got passed on mining goes to K through 12. Governor Sandoval passed the tax back in 2015 with a substantial amount of that money earmarked for K through 12. So this is a bill that we look at as an opportunity for revenue. And so we would ask that folks look at it from that perspective, that this is an investment in our children. This is an investment in the children of these workers and the leaders that came up and spoke to you and said what their livelihood would mean if this bill is passed in terms of good paying jobs. Well, their kids have to go through these schools. And so that's why we're here advocating for this bill. Now, with that said, the construct of this bill is the following. Section 18 creates a production studio entertainment district for the purpose of enhancing early childhood education opportunities, including public pre-kindergarten for children in Clark County. That's what Section 18. 18.2, that whole section identifies every revenue stream that can be captured by this bill. And if you look at Section 18.3, after that revenue is captured by the Department of Taxation and turned over to the county commissioners, then an arrangement has to be made with the Clark County School District where this money is deposited to them, and they have to use it as the statute is written for pre-K programs, as well as working with UNLV to create a career ladder for early childhood. And 18.3 captures the language around the agreement that has to be had between the county commission and the Clark County School District. 18.4 essentially says that the school district has to set up a separate account. It cannot be commingled with any other funding to preserve the integrity of the intent behind what this money is all about. And then Section 18, 5 and 6 is just regulations that the district has to comply with. I didn't go into detail on the construct of that, but that's the overview. You set up a special district collects taxes through the Department of Taxation, gives it to CCSD, which then has to build a fund that has a firewall around it, that also has to work with UNLV to create career ladder as well as early childhood. And then there's reporting and everything that goes with it. But I want to end with this. We would not be here advocating for this bill if we did not see for the first time an opportunity to be able to say, okay, we can count on for the next 15 years, here's revenue for pre-K in the 5th largest school district in the state that's sorely underfunded to begin with, that has challenges with the most vulnerable students in this state. And this is a lifeline for their education because it provides an opportunity to lay foundation with pre-K opportunities. Thank you for the time to present.
Thank you so much. And I believe down south we have Superintendent Ebert and Ms. Hayes from UNLV. If you'd like to go ahead and proceed.
Thank you, Chair Monroe Moreno and Vice Chair Howdigi. For the record, my name is Joan Ebert, and I'm honored to serve as the Superintendent of the Clark County School District. As we accelerate our student achievement in the Clark County School District, we've identified 4 key areas of focus, and we call them the Core 4. And the first item of our Core 4 is pre-kindergarten. Pre-K is an essential investment for our children's future. We've shown you in the past and will continue to share the extensive research that demonstrates that it provides a strong foundation necessary for future success, leading to significant long-term benefits and consistently showing return on investment, which includes school readiness. We know that our pre-K programs build essential cognitive skills, including early literacy, numeracy, and vocabulary. Social and emotional growth. Children develop crucial life skills, including self-regulation, cooperation, problem solving, and conflict resolution. Long-term impact. Studies consistently show that participation in pre-K leads to higher high school graduation rates, increased college enrollment, improved adult earnings, and better health outcomes. This impact is especially meaningful and sustained for children from low-income or disadvantaged backgrounds. CCSD's vision is simple: to increase access to full-day pre-K for 3-year-olds and 4-year-olds in our district, ensuring every student is ready to learn upon entry into kindergarten. Despite the clear benefits, only about 11% of Nevada's children age 3 through 5 are served throughout our state, funded by the Nevada Ready Pre-K program. This contrasts completely. We have other states that offer 100% of funding for pre-K for 3-year-olds and 4-year-olds. And so we know we have a significant need in our pre-K schools in Clark County. Our full-day program for general education students with the Nevada Ready program serves 2,032 students with 590 students on a wait list. Our half-day pre-K program for general education Title I students currently serves 2,016 students and has a wait list of 689 students. Our half-day early childhood inclusion program currently serves 3,687 students with a staggering wait list of 5,882 students on the wait list. Note that these are general education programs And we also serve 6,232 students with an individualized education plan or an IEP. The sheer volume of these wait lists, especially for our most vulnerable students, underscores the urgency of expansion. In addition to adding the seats for full day pre-K classrooms, we must move away from our half-day programs. In Vegas terms, investing in pre-K is the bet. It's not just a safe bet. We have a significant unmet need for pre-K education throughout our county, and the research shows that excellent pre-K programs increase our student learning. So given the current parameters within this bill, as outlined, here's how we would approach investing these funds. First, CCSD estimates the annual cost per seat for full-day pre-K to be on an average the same as the current Nevada Pupil-Centered Funding Plan, PCFP, adjusted per pupil-based funding at $9,501 for the biennium of 2025 through 2027. This amount is comparable to the approximately $10,000 per pupil that families currently spend on average for private pre-K. Our intention is to focus funds from the legislation primarily on recurring costs. This not only creates pre-K seats, but as mentioned earlier, it creates jobs. It creates full-time jobs for teachers and our support professionals for these new pre-K classrooms. Our strategy for expansion is to maximize existing resources and immediately address high needs areas. So phase 1, 26 through 2028, expanding the pre-K seats into our high schools where we have capacity and there are gaps in pre-service pre-K classrooms. This phase will convert some of our high school classrooms to serve pre-K students. We will select high schools throughout the valley with existing space and high community need. One of the things that we're very proud of is our ability and our partnership, and you'll be hearing from Dean Hayes in a moment, is the Teacher Academy College Pathway Program, which builds into the higher education space. And so we'll have our high school students working with our pre-K babies to make sure that they grow, and we're also growing the pipeline for Clark County School District. We have this, I know some people that haven't heard of our programs, we actually have this already in K and pre-K classrooms within 3 of our high schools within the Clark County School District, and so this would just be an expansion of work that we already do. Phase 2, 2028 through 2035. We'll convert currently 55 half-day Title I programs into full-day programs and establish new full-day pre-K programs in the remaining 51 Title I elementary schools. Phase 3, pre-K centers. This final phase will identify and retrofit some of our existing CCSD campuses to dedicated pre-K centers. This model is utilized in the Washoe County School District and other areas of the country to accelerate pre-K expansion without the need to build new schools.
Superintendent Ebert?
Yes.
I'm going to have to ask you just to pause for a moment. I just learned that we lost sound in one of our rooms, so I just want to go into a short recess because I don't want anyone to miss any part of it, and as soon as that technical problem is fixed, we'll restart. So we'll stand in recess for a moment.
kicking off sound check. Sound check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Gary, if you can hear me,
Mic
please go
check
ahead and
in
kick it off.
3137. Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Volume is low in the room. Can we +3? And passing it to Zoom. Passing it to Cindy in Zoom.
Thank you. Sound check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Tossing it over to Vegas, and then we can rotate and keep counting.
You both sound fine here in Vegas. Mic check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. How do I sound?
Thank you. Thank you, Wakanda. Mic check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And we can use another +3 and passing it over to Cindy.
Sound check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Tossing it over to Vegas.
You both sound fine here in Vegas. Mic check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. How do I sound?
Thank you, Wakanda. Mic check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. And passing it to Cindy.
And sound check 1, 2,
My
3,
apologies,
4, 5.
Marquita.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Are you still getting audio? Can you hear me in Vegas?
Mic check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Passing it to Gary.
Thank you, Marquita. Again, my apologies there. And we've got a lot of talking in the background in this room, so we're probably not going to be able to continue this, but I will give it my best shot. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And I'm going to go ahead and pass it back over to Zoom.
Thank you. Sound check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Test, test. Passing it over to Vegas.
You both sound fine here in Vegas. Mic check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. How do I sound?
Mic check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And I'm going to pass it again over to Zoom.
Sound check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Tossing it over to Vegas.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Passing it to Gary.
Mic check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 from the room here in Carson City and passing it to Zoom.
From the Zoom, sound check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Tossing it over to Vegas.
Mic check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Passing it back to Gary.
Marquita, you might want to turn your mic off. There you go. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 in Carson City. Passing back over to our Zoom.
Sound check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Passing it over to Vegas.
Mic check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Passing it back to Carson.
And here in the room, got mic check in 3137. Testing check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And I'm going to go ahead and pass it on to Zoom.
Sound check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Tossing it to Vegas.
Mic check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Passing it back to Gary.
Mic check 3137. Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And passing it to Zoom.
Sound check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Back to Vegas.
Mic check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Passing it back to Carson.
Mic check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And passing to Zoom.
Gary, I think we are done counting according to Jen. So they will be starting soon. Thank you.
Mic check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And passing over to Zoom.
Sound check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Tossing it over to Vegas.
You both sound fine here in Vegas. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Passing it back to Gary.
Mic check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, passing to Zoom.
Thank you. Sound check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Tossing it over to Vegas.
Mic check
Mic
1,
check
2, 3,
1,
4.
2.
Sorry, go ahead, Marquita.
Mic check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Passing it back to Gary.
Nicely done, Marquita. Mic check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, and passing to Zoom.
Thank you. Sound check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. To Vegas.
All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. back to Gary.
Thank you, Marquita. Mic check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. And I'm going to pass to Zoom again. Go Zoom.
Sound check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. And we are good now. The overflow room is getting audio now. Thanks, everyone.
Don't do it in the middle of me talking, because that is great. Excuse me.
If you do, just go that way and then kind of miss the camera.
Do you mean it?
We'll call our meeting back to order. I believe our technical difficulties that we were having in one of our overflow rooms has been fixed, and we will go back down south to Clark County, and Superintendent Ebert. Thank you for your patience, but you can go ahead and continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I'll just round out with a few things. Number one is our strategy is to utilize the funds from the bill to maximize the current revenue projections that Mr. Hobbs has provided, which start with a relatively modest number, but they build impact every year. As noted, as part of our focus, we'll continue to work to ensure that every student has more opportunities to explore career pathways and gain on-the-job experiences while in high school. And we see exciting possibilities for our students to tour the new studios and even take on student internships. And so with that, it's important to note that our expertise is in teaching and learning, not in tax structure. We are here today to express an urgent need for additional pre-K funding and to thank Governor Lombardo and all of you for considering legislation to support the expansion of pre-K in the Clark County School District. We will utilize revenue from this legislation to transform education for our youngest learners and our most vulnerable learners. And so with that, I thank you for your time today. I also know that our new state superintendent, Dr. Victor Wakefield, is in the audience there in the north and can also expand on the benefits of pre-K. He is not part of the presentation, but I did want to thank him for joining us and also leaning in on and valuing our youngest learners. So with that, next to me, I have Dr. Danica Hayes from UNLV.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. For the record, Danica Hayes, Dean of UNLV's College of Education. Thank you for the opportunity to share how UNLV's early childhood education workforce pathways are helping to strengthen Nevada's economy and communities. UNLV has established a tiered workforce pathway approach that opens doors for high school students, young adults, and non-traditional learners to pursue and advance in early childhood education. Each of these groups participates in paid work experiences or apprenticeships while completing coursework toward licensure, earning while learning, and contributing directly to Nevada's schools. For youth, our early college programs allow students to graduate high school with 18 to 36 college credits that are transferable to any NCHE institution to finish their early childhood degree. They gain paid early childhood experience and mentoring, putting them up to a year closer to becoming licensed educators at high school graduation. For adults, we offer apprenticeships for paraprofessionals, retraining for current teachers, and advanced programs for early childhood teachers. These three options are all designed to expand the workforce and create upward mobility for Nevadans already serving in our schools. To date, we've supported hundreds of higher ed students in these pathways, but the demand for high quality pre-K continues to outpace the supplies of pre-K educators. Expanding this workforce is essential not only for our youngest learners, but for the working families who rely on these services to stay in Nevada's labor force. During the past few years, together we have made measurable progress in building Nevada's early childhood talent pipeline, among other areas of education. But continued investment in early childhood is needed. This bill provides the framework to expand industry and jobs while addressing our state's need for high quality early childhood education. We're very proud to partner with CCEA, CCSD, and Nevada's current and emerging industries, including the film sector, to expand access to early childhood programs for our children, to support high school and adult learners to become early childhood teachers, and to strengthen Nevada's workforce by supporting the families who sustain it. Thank you for your leadership, and thank you for your time today.
Thank you. I see someone else at the table down south. If you want to go ahead and comment before we come back up north, that will be great.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee, for the opportunity to speak today in support of Assembly Bill 5. I'm Chris Heavey, for the record, and as president of UNLV, I view this legislation as much more than an opportunity for economic development and diversification. It also represents a transformative opportunity for higher education and workforce development in our state. At UNLV, we prepare tens of thousands of students across a wide range of disciplines, from film and fine arts to accounting, engineering, business, and hospitality, for meaningful careers in Nevada's evolving economy. Establishing a major film studio here in Southern Nevada would open real doors for students in all of those fields. Film students would gain hands-on experience on sound stages and production. Business and accounting students could work on production budgets, logistics, and operations. Engineering and architecture students could help design and maintain studio infrastructure, while hospitality and event management students could learn how large-scale productions support and interact with our entertainment and tourism sectors. This is the kind of real-world interdisciplinary learning that produces graduates ready to contribute immediately to Nevada's economy. Our College of Fine Arts enrolls more than 2,600 students across fields that feed directly into the state's creative economy. Of those, more than 400 students are pursuing the state's only four-year film degree. These students are beyond eager for the kinds of internships and professional opportunities that a film studio would provide. We've already seen how important these programs are for our students, with a number of our students have already completed paid internships with Warner Brothers Discovery in Southern California this past summer. Additionally, the College of Southern Nevada offers a strong 2-year videography and film program leading to an associate's degree, and we already maintain a strong pipeline between CSN and UNLV for students pursuing film. The arrival of a major film infrastructure will only strengthen that pathway, giving students a clear route from classroom to career. The bill's creation of a dedicated account for film, media, and related technology education and vocational training aligns directly with our mission. UNLV and our sister institutions across the Nevada system of higher education are prepared to develop new curricula, certificates, and micro-credentials in production, post-production, sound design, and creative technologies, expand internships and apprenticeship programs in partnership with industry, and offer continuing education and retraining for professionals who want to enter this growing sector. A thriving film and media industry will also keep our talented graduates in state rather than losing them to Los Angeles, Atlanta, or Vancouver. They'll build companies, buy homes, and pay taxes here, diversifying our economy. The industry's presence will also make it easier for UNLV and other institutions to attract and retain top faculty and professionals who can teach, mentor, and work on production simultaneously. It creates a second workforce ecosystem alongside gaming and hospitality, where Nevada can lead the nation in hands-on training and career opportunities. In sum, this legislation represents a strategic investment in Nevada's future, one that unites higher education, workforce development, and economic diversification. We are tremendously excited to support this unique opportunity and eager to grow partnerships when this project becomes a reality. Thank you very much for your time and consideration of this legislation.
Thank you, and thank you for joining us. We're going to come back up here to Carson City and go to the table here. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Brian Sandoval, President of the University of Nevada in Reno, and thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of Assembly Bill 5, the Nevada Studio Infrastructure Jobs and Workforce Training Act. This legislation represents a forward-looking and fiscally responsible investment in Nevada's economy, workforce, and higher education system. It connects economic diversification with education and opportunity, ensuring that the benefits of this new industry stay right here in Nevada and serve Nevadans. AB 5 is first and foremost a jobs bill. It will create homegrown job opportunities for our residents, not just in film and television production, but in design, post-production, creative technology, and the many small businesses that support them. The proposed Summerlin Studios project alone would create or sustain nearly 18,000 jobs when fully operational. This is a once-in-a-generation opportunity for Nevada, one that could position our state as a national leader in creative and technological innovation. This bill ensures that Nevada students and Nevada workers are the ones who fill those jobs. At the University of Nevada, we see every day how eager students are excited to pursue these fields. In our Reynolds School of Journalism, the film and media production emphasis now has the highest enrollment of all 6 areas of study. Students are drawn to these programs because they recognize the power of storytelling, digital design, and production technology. And our interest doesn't just stop with film. Our esports and gaming programs are also booming because students understand that film, gaming, and media production rely on the same creative and technical skills: lighting, editing, broadcasting, and design. AB 5 supports the infrastructure that connects all these rapidly growing disciplines, from gaming to film to digital production. This bill also addresses one of the most important challenges facing our state: keeping Nevada graduates in Nevada. Each year, hundreds of talented students trained in journalism, art, engineering, and business leave the state to find work elsewhere. With this legislation, we can create the diverse, high-value jobs that allow our graduates to stay, work, and thrive right here at home. AB 5 also strengthens the partnership between higher education and industry. It establishes the account for Nevada film, media, and related technology education and vocational training, which enables the state to work directly with universities and colleges. At the University of Nevada, we are ready to first develop curriculum aligned with industry needs, deliver workforce training programs that prepare students for these new jobs, and build partnerships for internships, co-ops, and applied research with production companies and studios. In other words, we are ready to train the workforce that this bill will help create. The bill ties incentives to verifiable capital investment and in-state spending. It includes strict performance criteria, compliance measures, and penalties for non-performance. It requires annual reporting to ensure that Nevada sees real, measurable results: jobs created, dollars invested, and students employed. This is a responsible model that protects taxpayers while driving long-term growth. In closing, Assembly Bill 5 is about Nevadans, their jobs, their education, and their future. It connects economic growth to academic excellence, empowering the University of Nevada to help lead our state's next wave of innovation. As I said, this is a once-in-a-generation opportunity for our great state. I urge your support for this legislation because it's not just about film studios or tax credits. It's about Nevada's people, our prosperity, and our potential. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee, for your time and attention and for your continued leadership in advancing Nevada's economic future. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. And before we go back to finish the walk through the bill, we have our new state superintendent with us. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Chairman Moreno and members of the committee. So my name is Dr. Victor Wakefield, and I am now in week 3 as the brand new State Superintendent of Public Instruction. We also have Lisa Ford, our Chief Strategy Officer and Interim Deputy for Student Achievement, available for questions as you progress today. And so, as I said, I'm 3 weeks in, and while I had yesterday's State Board meeting on my agenda, I didn't have being up here today or speaking to now my second committee on my bingo card, an onboarding plan, nor did I have Governor Sandoval, who appointed me to the State Board of Education about a decade ago, which certainly helped me on this path that I'm on, up here at the table with me. So I just wanted to just take a personal moment to say how surreal it is to both start immediately and then already have a special session to be part of. But this is such an important priority. It has been for some time for the department. It's a personal priority that I spoke about in my interview, so I couldn't miss the opportunity to express the perspective of the Department of Education today, and kind of strong arm my way into being part of the presentation. Okay, so very briefly, growing high quality pre-K seats is a state level education priority, and we've made progress as a state. So just a little bit of statistics here. Today we have 6,437 Nevada-ready pre-K seats for the 25-26 school year, and that is up from only 2,481 just back in 23-24. So we are making progress as a state, yet we are far from meeting demand from families across the state. And that is true in Clark County, as you heard earlier from Superintendent Ebert. Our subgrantees, so the providers, are interested in growing to better meet demand. So that's an important point because there is operational capacity and interest to see this as a priority. And then additionally, as Superintendent Ebert shared earlier, high quality pre-K makes a real difference for our young people. It is foundational to their future education success and the economic future of our state. So as the Nevada Department of Education, we have some experience here and some expertise. So just a few data points here. Our Nevada-ready pre-K students based on assessment data, achieve developmental milestones at a much higher rate than those that don't engage in the program, so similar peers. Secondly, our family engagement is very high when it comes to families that participate in this program. And then thirdly, a company that specializes in economic analysis has identified incredible economic impacts based on our Nevada pre-K program. So I wanted to share that perspective and make sure that we are also a resource for you at the department. Thank you for helping me to onboard to my job in week 3, day 4. So thank you.
Well, thank you. I know your bingo card did not have us on it, but I'm happy that you were able to join us here today. And welcome to the new position and just throwing you into the fire. And now we'll go back to Mr. Walker. If you want to finish walking us through the bill, that would be wonderful.
Thank you, Chair. And I'll do my best to be as expeditious as possible. I do need to cover a couple of things on the same section, Section 18. We have been working closely with Clark County CFO and team and wanted to make sure that the record correctly reflected that those portions of property tax, room tax, sales tax, and personal property tax captured in this section are only those unencumbered general fund revenue portions that are not associated with critical fire, police funding, IP1, supplemental teachers funding for room tax, library district, the many things that are already committed in these revenue sources should not be interfered with. And as their bond counsel reviews the language of AB 5, if that isn't abundantly clear, we're going to work to make sure it is clear should this committee determine this bill is worthy of moving out. That is the last thing on this section, and thank you for your time.
Mr. Walker, could you move closer to the mic?
Absolutely.
We got the sound fixed in one room, and now we're having a little difficulty in this one. But thank you.
No problem. So moving forward and briefly, sections 19 and 20 have transparency reporting to make sure the legislature is clear on how the $1.8 billion in capital investment on the construction side and $4.5 billion committed on production spending are progressing. And have those segmented out by production types so that a future legislature can determine which investments might we want to wind down and which ones should we be increasing based on performance and based on the Nevada employment. Section 21 implements a fiscal trigger. This means this follows closely the rainy day fund language that's already in statute and ensures that this new industry is a partner with the state in challenging fiscal times. So this would require, under certain circumstances, anybody holding a film tax credit certificate, whether that be a production company that has just earned it or another company that has purchased that film tax credit from that production company, they're required to hold on to it during this time of fiscal uncertainty until the legislature can get back into regular session or special session and deal with those circumstances. So this is intended to be a meaningful way for the state to manage its income flow during these challenging times, similar to mining prepaying its taxes. It's just a way for them to partner until we get back in session and have all of the levers of statute and budget at our control. Sections 23 and 32 set up parallel requirements for non-affiliated productions, non-infrastructure productions. One thing that continues to be unique about this proposal is that it proposes to extend the same benefit rate to studios that and small productions that are not affiliated with this large infrastructure investment, and that's really exciting to see those green shoots take place and that investment in independent productions take place. I do want to say that as the draft came out, we missed the $7 million per production cap, so that is another area that we'll continue to work with stakeholders and the chair to correct as this progresses. Section 22 ensures continuity for folks that may already be in the production pipeline. As you know, we've had a film tax credit program since 2013. There are productions already in the pipeline, and this language ensures that those folks are able to continue until completion and access their credits, although at the previous rate associated with current statute. Section 38 establishes the account for Nevada film and related technology education. That the governor did a much better, smoother job of spitting out, but that is an important component of the bill where 1% of all the credits earned by a production, whether they're affiliated with Summerlin Production Studios or non-affiliated, are going to contribute as they cash their credit they're going to contribute 1% back into this fund that creates sustaining operational funding for these critical job pipeline programs. So with that, I believe I have worked my way through all of the sections and stand ready for your questions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Walker. And I believe that we also have joining us on Zoom is Mr. Guy Hobbs and associates who will be able to answer questions if members have any questions. I thank you so much for the presentation, and I do have a list of names of members who have a few questions we'll go through, and everyone can ask one question now, and if we need to come back for a second round or a third round, we will do so. And we will start our first question with Vice Chair Backus.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And for my first question and quasi-comment, I just want to preface that I am proud to have stood up to invest state monies for the construction of a $2 billion stadium that will be subject to prevailing wages. Looking at the PFM Group Consulting fiscal report that we were provided with from The Economist reflects 1,580 construction jobs per year for this project, which also includes the construction of a hotel that is anticipated to be built, which is not subject to any project labor agreement. More importantly, the bill does not mandate prevailing wage requirement. Is this still an accurate statement?
Matt Walker, for the record. I was looking to see if any of our labor partners wanted to come up and speak to that. Matt Walker from Howard Hughes Communities. It is fair to say that every construction type contemplated within the entertainment district is covered by an agreement with labor. Even the streetscapes and sidewalks and an anticipated county building at that site will be required to be built to prevailing wage based on different standards. And Mr. Morley here is going to bail me out and talk about the additional provisions of the agreements.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the Assembly. For the record, Thomas Morley, representing Laborers Local 872, Laborers Local 169, Teamsters Local 631, Teamsters 986, Teamsters Local 14, the Communication Workers of America. I can attest to the fact that there is a project labor agreement negotiated for the hotels and the amenities. And Mr. Walker and I just wrapped up an agreement for Teamsters 986 on hotel operations in the traditional jurisdiction that is already established within the resort corridor in Las Vegas. So any questions in regards to project labor agreements and or service, I'm here to answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you have a follow-up? To that first question, if you have a follow-up to the first question.
I was trying to be obedient to our good rules. So just to clarify, because I understand those are the Teamsters, but as I understood, just like within like less than a week ago, that the hotel construction was going to be done by a third party. It wasn't going to be subject to this. And moreover, when I look at the entire bill, there's no language in this bill that requires it to be subject to prevailing wages. So I was a little confused. Maybe it's the post-construction. I'm trying to figure out what that is on the hotel.
Madam Chair, if I may, to Assemblymember Backus. For the record, Tom Morley, representing Laborers Local 872, Laborers Local 169. Yes, there is a project labor agreement included for the hotels and the amenities as well as any retail and or dining.
Matt Walker with Howard Hughes Communities. I'll just add that priority for local contractors and first-year apprenticeship hours, many different things continue to be present and throughout the entertainment district, as well as operational agreements that you heard Mr. Saavedra allude to that guarantee that union folks are working, maintaining, and continuing to build these systems and continuing to train apprentices day in and day out for the next generation. We're very, very excited about that.
Thank you. Next up, we have Assemblymember Torres Fawcett.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for taking the time to present and answer some of our questions. My question is kind of piggybacking off of my colleague, Assemblymember Backus. I know that there are several provisions to ensure that there are PLAs for the construction of the projects, but once these other vendors are constructed, so for an example, the hotels that would be constructed on these parcels of land, once this transfer of land and the land lease takes place, is there anything that ensures that there are prevailing wages that are played to those employees at that time.
Matt Walker, for the record, I'm not familiar with prevailing wages really being a part of operational agreements, but we certainly are in line to be, in collective bargaining conversations with culinary, SEIU, and building trades and many other folks for the operations of the facility. I'll say that since the mid-1930s, there has been no industry more unionized than the film entertainment industry, and that will absolutely not be an exception here at this site. All of the jobs operating the studios will be associated with a union at the appropriate level, whether that's bargain nationally or bargain locally. We're committed to that.
Thank you. And is there anything in this legislation that states specifically that there will be a good faith effort made for collective bargaining once these vendors have been constructed? So, for example, stores, hotels, things like that.
Matt Walker, for the record, I think consistent with the bills I've been involved with for the last 10 years, there's no statutory language associated with labor agreements. Those are privately bargained, and we've had really strong partnerships with our labor partners at the building trades, SEIU, Teamsters, to get those done.
Thank you. Next question will be Assemblymember Watts.
Thank you, Chair. So my question is around some of the local hiring provisions and really trying to reconcile particularly Section 13 and Section 14. So it looks like there is essentially a phase-in of the local hiring requirements that caps out at 60% of below-the-line personnel in 2044. And then during the presentation, you mentioned that essentially under Section 14 of the bill, the qualified production investment will now include both above-the-line and below-the-line personnel. So are there any local hiring or resident requirements related to the above-the-line personnel?
Matt Walker, for the record, thank you for the question. Assemblyman, I think you picked up a lot of the nuance around the kind of delineation of below the line and above the line employment and what's driving that. I'll say that for the first time in any United States film tax credit program I'm aware of, there are requirements above the line for diversity and inclusion targets. We're very bullish and excited about that. And as much as those participants are being are participating in the fellowship program and pipeline programs and being recruited by local programs, they're much more likely to be local folks and have long-standing ties to the community as opposed to just grabbing someone off IMDb or a casting service. And so there aren't the same requirements for local hire below the line as there are above the line, but we have a strong commitment with SAG and with those fellowship programs and pipeline programs for emerging creatives that we feel strongly they'll be a great representation of Nevada talent.
Okay, thank you for that, because yeah, that does answer my question. And again, and we've discussed this before. I think my concern is that 40% or now more, if you include above the line personnel, could be out-of-state residents, and this tax credit, which is a loss of revenue for the state, really coming from Nevada taxpayers, is now could go 40, 50 or more % to support employees that are residents of other states. So I just wanted to make that note, but thank you for the response and thank you for the question, Chair.
Matt Walker, for the record, Chair, if I follow up very briefly, I'll just say that, where local talent can be found, it is cheaper to not have to fly in and house those folks, but where those folks are flown in and housed, the above the line talent, the Martin Scorsese's, the plug in your famous name, are really the drivers of these high employment, high spend productions that really get what is set out in Section 3 accomplished. And so we certainly understand that there's a balance. That is why there's transparency reporting, specifically calling out those highly compensated individuals and ensuring that the legislature is aware of those, what productions they're associated with, and what return is the state getting. Are these high spend individuals driving high Nevada employment productions, or are they not? And those are the tools and levers that we hope a future legislature will continue to use as they think about smarter investments or winding down certain portions of the investment.
Thank you. Assemblymember Hafen.
Thank you, Chair. I do have a number of questions, but I'm going to try to do one, and then you can come back to me later. So, and this is probably going to be for somebody that can help me with the fiscal numbers and how the projections are going to be, because I'm seeing some of the fiscal projections long term where this is going to cost the state potentially 300 million a year, and so I'm just kind of curious if anybody's done the projections out to 2031, 2032, and what the state ending fund would look like.
Matt Walker, I'm going to phone a friend with Guy Haas, who was on the line, but I'll just say that to earn the maximum credit allocation associated with Summerlin Studios of $95 million, that means you need around $400 million in production spend and local hires. Greg, I'm not sure if there's anything you want to add before we kick it over to Guy for some additional information. Guy, could you please answer the question regarding performance and how that works over time?
Sure. I was just waiting to see if Greg was going to chime in, but Guy Hobbs, and I'd also like to introduce Mallory Richards, who's one of my colleagues that worked on preparing some of these numbers. There's Mallory. And I think if I understood the question correctly, Mallory, let's share slide 10 from the deck, if possible. While we're waiting for that, there are a couple of slides I want to share that I think go to the point of the question, and you'll tell me if I'm mistaken. But talking about the fiscal elements and not speaking about the economic elements at this moment, the film tax credit over 15 years, as you can see on the right side, the gross amount of investment would be $1.65 billion on the part of the state over 15 years. The amount of revenue coming back to the state is shown underneath that at $384.4 million. And that results in a return of 23% directly to the state in terms of dollars committed versus revenues received back in the various funds of the state. When you add in the local revenue, which you see below that, there is both state and local revenue that is generated. The return, you can see, elevates to 53 cents on the dollar. And I think an important element of considering any of this, and let's go to slide 22 quickly, Mallory, because this sort of explains what the return is from an economic perspective for each one of those dollars invested. I know there are a lot of numbers going on this page, but the columns, the rows that are in the middle, I think are the fairest explanation. You see the 384.4 million shown in dark blue as the state's tax revenue. If you take that away from the aggregate amount of film tax credits that would be committed over the 15 years, it leaves you with a net investment on the state's part of $1.26 billion. And when you do the calculation of what that investment means from an economic standpoint, you see that in the middle column, aggregate economic impact of $40.6 billion over that same 15 years gives you a return of $32 from an economic perspective for each net dollar invested by the state. So I'm hoping, Assemblyman Hafen, between those two slides, we covered the question that you had.
No, it does not. But if I understand you correctly, for every dollar that we put into this, the state would actually lose 77 cents. I really do hope that someone can give me additional information on how this is going to affect our general fund, in the 2030 to 32 range when the tax credits kick in. I have serious concerns over what the economic impact to the state and the cost to the taxpayers ultimately is going to be. So maybe somebody can actually get me that additional information. Thank you.
Matt Walker with Howard Hughes for the record. I'm going to kick it over to Greg to add a little bit more color on that. What is not captured in this fiscal return presentation is the impact of the $4.5 billion in production spend. So maybe we can briefly touch on that.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Greg Ferraro appearing on behalf of Warner Brothers Discovery. Matt's right. You'll see in section 10, I believe, which is the minimum guaranteed spend from the production side of this bill. It's a minimum of $300 million every year for 15 consecutive years. I would suggest to you that once the credit program is up and stabilized, that there's a pretty good chance that this program is going to far exceed what those minimum levels are. However, we can't put that into statute, and we have to be careful to walk before we run. I can tell you that on behalf of the studios, there's nowhere else with an infrastructure commitment like this one. There's nowhere else with a spend commitment like this one, and there's nowhere else that has the penalty provisions of this bill. The production side of this bill is committed to long-term relationship in the state of Nevada through a public-private partnership, and so much so that they are willing to make those minimum spend guarantees over a very, very long period of time. So I think what that demonstrates is a very strong commitment to help grow a new economy, help expand a new workforce, and continue to spend and grow the Nevada economy.
So essentially, because that production spend could take so many different forms, whether you're leasing equipment, buying equipment, employing folks, that revenue would be a guess stacked on a guess stacked on a model. And so the economic report that was outlined to you by Mr. Hobbs does not reflect any of the fiscal returns associated with anything except for the direct expenditure associated with the construction and employment directly at the entertainment district.
Matt, if I might, Madam Chair, Mallory, is there anything you'd like to add about how these were calculated, direct, indirect, and induced?
Yeah, absolutely. So in the economic impacts, we can see that there are significant indirect and induced impacts from both the construction and the ongoing operations of the Summerlin Studios development. What we're not including when we present the fiscal impacts is the indirect and induced activity. So any fiscal impacts derived from business-to-business transactions, and any induced fiscal impacts derived from new household income that is then spent throughout the local economy.
Mr. Hobbs, I believe the slide presentation that we have up on screen was something that was presented to this body during the last legislative session. Your numbers may have been updated since then with changes to the bill. If we could just have that resubmitted, and we'll make it part of today's hearing, would be great.
The Chair will make sure that that's done this evening. They are updated just to reflect the passage of time and the expansion of our PLA commitments and the additional Nevada labor costs to the construction side.
Thank you so much. And I believe that there is a difference of opinion that our LCB fiscal staff has about the question that Assembly Member Hafen was referring to. So I'm going to ask our fiscal staff just to chime in because there may be a difference in the numbers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Sarah Kaufman, Legislative Council, Bureau of Fiscal Analysis Division. Yes, fiscal staff was able to take a look at the bill and provide some preliminary projections with regards to how this will impact the general fund balance going into fiscal years 2030 and 2031. There were some assumptions that we made. The assumptions included that there would be a 3% growth rate in unrestricted general fund revenues. We also made some assumptions based on statutory provisions on what the tax credits would look like going out into 2031 as well. And then we maintained reversionary data, which is currently projected at $75 million per year. In terms of ongoing expenditures, we provided a 3% annual growth for ongoing expenditures as well. And we also incorporated all of the general fund appropriations that we were aware of that were being proposed in the special session. So this is assuming that all general fund appropriations that are being proposed for the special session bills would be approved. That said, the ending fund balance under this scenario, and this is also inclusive of providing one-time expenditures of approximately $100 million in each year going out to 2031. With those assumptions, the ending fund balance for 2030 would be $238.2 million, which is approximately $102.6 million below the 5% minimum ending fund balance. And for fiscal year 2031, the ending fund balance would be $90.6 million, which is $351.1 million below the minimum ending fund balance. That said, in reality, the legislature essentially would not allow the 5% minimum ending fund balance to be reduced, and as such, expenditures would either have to be cut by those dollar amounts or revenue enhancements would have to be approved in order to meet the ending fund balance. With regards to the structural surplus or deficit, we're projecting for fiscal year 2030, again with the same scenarios, that there would be a structural deficit of $62.1 million in fiscal year 2030 and $17.6 million in fiscal year 2031.
Thank you so much, Ms. Kaufman.
Chair, if I could have a follow-up. Very quick.
I will come back to you. Thank you. Next up on our list is we have Assemblymember Anderson.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation as well as for the conversations, both today and then also in the past week or two. So, wow, still trying to get my head around those numbers, but my question actually has to do with Section 9, which was the same as, I believe, the bill that was heard, and that has to do with the location. I just want to verify that it is only for the transferable tax credits are only for that one location that is in Clark County. It cannot be utilized for any place outside of that one area of the corridor, whether it is in Washoe County or in Elko County, or also from other studios that are possibly looking at other locations in the Clark County area. If you could just verify that it is only for that one area and only for that one studio.
Matt Walker with Howard Hughes Communities. For the record, I'm grateful for the opportunity to clarify that, because when we talk about project-specific construction and development agreements, it kind of lends itself to a belief that the economic activity is going to be concentrated on that 100 acres, and that is far from the case. And so the way that the bill is structured is that the $95 million allocated to be earned by productions associated with Summerlin Studios mean that those lead participants are subject to those requirements to invest or pay penalties that Mr. Ferraro just outlined, and the construction commitment that we have to or face penalties. The actual production activity itself needs to take place at various shoot locations throughout the state, whether that be Boulder City, Ely, or Pioche. We can get around the state as the shoot and film dictates, and that activity will be a boon to those communities as it works its way through the state. Additionally, I'll just reiterate that there is $25 million set aside for other folks, and just because they're not associated with Summerlin Studios doesn't mean they're a small producer. It could be a Paramount, it could be a small student film. There's many forms that's going to take, and those also are not geographically bound, but also are not going to be enjoying a lesser rate of incentive than we are, despite the significant commitments. Greg?
Excuse me, Greg Ferraro for the record. I would just add that it's almost unthinkable that we wouldn't take advantage of all the natural Nevada landscape. When these productions are anchored through the credit program at Summerlin Studios, they're going to be out on location. They're going to be out into the communities. They're not simply limited to only working on property or inside the four walls of the studio. So what will likely happen once we get this up and stabilized is you're going to see film crews all throughout the state.
Matt Walker, and similarly, the 19,000 jobs that you see are also not all concentrated just at this site solely. Those are going to be industries that come here to support their production activity, and those will be located throughout the valley and throughout the state.
Just one more thing, Greg Ferraro. I know Kim Spurgeon is in Las Vegas, and she's the head of the film office, and I think she can speak to the non-infrastructure credit program. I think it'll be a good question to ask her too, because the way I see it, the way we've thought about this for a very long time is lifting up the infrastructure side lifts up the non-infrastructure side at the same time. We're going to be able to give more opportunity for small independent producers using that $25 million increase. We all know that it's a $10 million program now. So I'll just say that I think that this is a boost to both sides, and ultimately the 17 counties of Nevada are going to experience it.
I see that you've joined us at the table down in Las Vegas. If you want to go ahead and comment on the question, we'll appreciate that.
Thank you. Kim Spurgeon, Director of Film Nevada, for the record. I appreciate your question, Assemblymember Anderson. As the state's film commission, while we are physically based in Las Vegas and we do see a lot of production centered in Las Vegas, we are the film commission for the state. We actually have a production filming right now in Washoe County. We promote all regions in the state as film friendly, and we will continue to work, should this bill pass, not just for the productions that film in the infrastructure piece, but also continue to promote the entire state through services like our location directory that's available on our website. And we are constantly in contact with our more rural areas or areas outside of Las Vegas to promote their locations within that. And we are committed to working to benefit the entire state. Thank you.
You have a follow-up to that question? Not another question? Okay. All right.
Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it, because I guess I'm also looking at Section 12 and also some of the other things. And so it feels like I understand what you're saying, that it's the construction is in that specific area that's mentioned in Section 9. But then some of the other post-production areas, whether it is the lead participants or the others, that is not. And so I guess I'm just really confused with Section 12 as well, how that all kind of braids together, for lack of a better term.
Matt Walker, for the record. I may see if the film office is willing to add a little bit of anecdotal evidence of how this plays out today. But essentially, those lighting vendors, catering companies, all of those folks, dry cleaners, rental car services, all the folks that you're going to be doing business with are located throughout the valley and throughout the state. When a production needs its sound mix, when a production needs to be in studio for that cool space scene with the virtual screen in the background, creating Mars, they're going to be in the studio. When they're not, they're going to be out in Tahoe, Valley of Fire, other locations throughout the state. So that really is the delineator. There's certain productions that need studio space for all of it. There's certain productions that need studio space for a portion of it. And as long as it's a bona fide Nevada qualified expense, as long as a Nevada paycheck is being issued, as long as a Nevada piece of equipment is being bought or leased, that is absolutely a qualified expenditure, and there's no way we would be successful if we were limited to Summerlin, as wonderful as we think Summerlin is.
Thank you. Next up, we have Assemblymember Mosca.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you so much. We've really been talking around this and really trying to understand it. When it comes to the economic accountability portion, what I understand is that every credit dollar must follow at least $3 to $5 in audited Nevada spending, and that credits cannot be claimed without verified economic activity. And, you know, there are so many folks that can't pay attention to special session. They're just working to survive. Can you explain that in a way? I think we've heard that in many ways, that we're giving away money versus it's coming back, that there is an audit, that we're not just going to give it because they're spending. Can you explain this in a way that regular folks can understand?
I will. I'll try to be as regular as I can. The process is like this, and there are several places where the state of Nevada has the authority to stop or proceed, and this is part of what Kim Spurgeon does in her film office. But let me just make it fairly simple. When a production wants to come to Nevada, it must be pre-qualified. So Kim's office, and she'll explain this better than I can, but Kim's office pre-qualifies it. They tell that office how much they're going to spend, how many credits they're seeking, what the purpose of their production is, when they expect to wrap, all these other things. But they have to be pre-qualified to go to the next step. So it isn't just somebody can parachute into Nevada and go grab those credits. That is a situation that will never exist. They get pre-qualified by the state of Nevada. Then they proceed to spend their full production budget. And let's just say it's a big production, so it's $50 million. They're going to spend all of that production. Then they're going to go back to the state of Nevada and say, okay, we did exactly what you said we must do. We followed the letter of the law. We met every mandate. We exceeded certain areas. Every hiring requirement and every other requirement that's imposed on us by the state of Nevada has been met or exceeded. That's not good enough. Then they have to be subjected to an audit. And that audit isn't done by the state of Nevada. That audit, I believe Kim will tell me if I'm wrong, but that audit is done by a third party. So the production now has to have already spent all of its money. That money is now circulating and percolating in the economy. Then they say, okay, the auditor said, did you do what you said you were going to do? If you didn't, you get docked. If you did, you get cleared. Once you're cleared by that final audit, the last place where the state of Nevada has final say, very, very important, critical step, because if you don't pass that audit, you don't get your credits. But if you do pass that audit, then you get to be, your credit certificate is issued and you move on. Hopefully, we'll have lots of those productions in the pipeline. So we're going to be stacking them up, coming through. Money is going to be pouring into the economy through all these different ancillary services that support a big production. But they have to, it's important that they go first. The state of Nevada goes second.
Matt Walker for the record on behalf of Howard Hughes Communities. I'll just add that the vocational training commitments for the East Side and for the Nevada Partners Training Center, if we don't enter into that development agreement and we don't make those commitments and get those vocational training centers open, we do not have a program. That is our risk, and that's why it's a show me bill, not a trust me bill, as our CEO David O'Reilly would say.
Did that answer your question? I tried to keep it.
Yes. I mean, I will be here on the dais and say, even for me, I'm a regular person. It's hard for me to understand all of it. We have heard it many times, knowing too that the first version was in 2023. But I think that was an important way, at least for me, to communicate to folks in my district about why I feel the way I do about the bill, because there are steps and there are ways to make sure, and there is money that has to be spent in the economy now. There's money that has to support people now, and I know especially in districts like mine, people need the work, the jobs, and the economic activity.
Matt Walker, for the record, I'll just add, and I apologize for being lengthy, but there's only so many sectors that we can look to grow as a state that match our resource profile, and a person with a high school degree and participating in vocational programs or union apprenticeships can walk in and earn a six-figure salary plus pension and benefits. This happens to be one of them, and it's a shovel-ready opportunity that's before this body right now. So as you're thinking about that difficult decision, I just think of the life-changing opportunity $113,000 job represents for a family in Nevada. That just happens to be the number that you need to earn as a household to buy a home in Nevada today. And so we certainly are very bullish on the opportunity, and that we invest in families that is going to pay off for our community.
Thank you. And that concludes the first list, so we'll go around for the second round, and I believe I have Vice Chair Backus for a second question.
Thank you so much. And again, this is pretty much straightforward, unless you want to add explanation to it. But looking at Section 2, subsection 3, and 3, subsection 3 of the bill, it sets forth that the legislative intent is to achieve a bona fide public, social, and economic purpose, including the support and promotion of education and vocational training programs to prepare Nevada's workforce. Then taking a look at Section 38, subsection 6, this provides for money to the account to be used by GoEd for grants to various institutions, school districts, nonprofits, labor organizations, and other programs. So is it the intent that that Section 11, subsection 8, will provide the fees to fund these grants with the 1% of the qualified direct production expenditure? And with that 1% qualified direct expenditure, my understanding is that amount will also include the above the line type $20 million actors who may not reside in Nevada, but we would still as a state be contributing $6 million in tax credits under the bill.
Matt Walker with Howard Hughes. I'll do my best to answer that question. Certainly the $14 million in infrastructure, in vocational training infrastructure, is a commitment that we will follow through on. The additional 1% that each production will come in and use to support the operations of training programs is a real commitment, and one that is head and shoulders above other state programs. So we're very bullish on creating that ecosystem. I think two things I'll add is that there's a statewide board that determines where those grants are contributed, unlike some economic development deals in the past where certain abated revenues resulted in a company making a private pledge to say, hey, we'll do education commitments, but they aren't necessarily done at an open meeting and with input from various stakeholders. So we're excited to see how that plays out, but we're not done. And that's why I'll ask Greg to expand on the higher ed commitments and additional education commitments over and above the pre-K dollars, over and above the vocational training dollars, and over and above the sustainable vocational training 1% contribution.
Yeah, thanks, Matt. Greg Ferraro, for the record. Two MOUs have been circulated around, and if you don't have them, we'll get them to you. One is between the University of Nevada, Reno and Sony, and the other is UNLV and Warner Brothers, both of which are committing not only equipment, but teaching opportunities on site and campus and in Southern California, and to build up the workforce training goal that the schools have, the state has, and the industry wants. So those relationships and the relationships with other NSHE institutions have already begun prior to the passage of this bill, should it go that way.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you guys answered my question. It was really simple. I was just curious if, because those type of grant programs, is that coming out of how I read Section 11, subsection 8, is from the fees to fund these grants is from the 1% of the qualified direct production expenditures. Is that where it's coming to fund these grants that you guys are talking about?
Matt Walker for the record. So the production receives credits. 1 percentage point of that will be contributed back to an education account. That statewide body will then dole out those education grants to qualifying organizations like universities and vocational training centers, et cetera. So it is a industry funded, but it is from a portion of the credits that they receive. So as soon as they monetize those, then they contribute cash back to that account.
I think the short answer is yes.
All right, next up, I have Assemblymember Hafen. You had a second question?
I have several second questions, but I'd like to just do a follow-up on my previous question, if that's okay, Madam Chair. And then you can come back to me for fifth round later. Appreciate it. And this is, I'm going to direct this to Ms. Kaufman. You stated that in your projections, your annual expenditure growth was 3%. My understanding is that the state expenses over the last, decade or so have been actually above 5%. I know for my business, I use 4 to 5% in my projections. And so I'm curious, twofold, like why did you decide to use the 3%? And also, if you use the historic number of roughly 5%, what would those ending balances and differences be?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to Assemblymember Hafen. Yes, you are correct. So I used the 3%. Well, let me back up. So in looking at the legislatively approved expenditures for the past 8 years, if you just look at those and average those, it's about 5.3%. The one thing that I would note, though, however, is that in fiscal years 2024 and 2025, there were unprecedented COLAs that were provided to state employees that equated to about 11.2% expenditure growth rate in 2024 and a 12% growth rate in 2025. If you exclude those 2 years from the 8-year average and just average out the other years, you would get to about 2.9%, so roughly 3%. The growth rate for revenues that are projected for 2027 is about 2.9%. So that's where we came up with the 3%, was trying to find the reasonableness and excluding some of the outliers that were in the current data. And then, I'm sorry, what was the second part of your question?
What would the numbers be? 5.
So under the same scenario where annual revenues grew by 3% and expenditures grew by 5.3%, essentially you would start to see an ending fund balance in the negative effect of 2029. So in 2029, the ending fund balance would be a negative $73,289, and that's a difference of about $345.9 million to get to that 5% minimum ending fund balance. So essentially, you'd have to cut expenditures by about $345.9 million in fiscal year 2029. If that just continued on into 2030 and 2031 with essentially no changes, and that's not necessarily what would happen in reality, you would essentially have to cut your expenditures. But if this were just to continue on into 2031, the ending fund balance would be $1.467 billion below the ending fund balance, and your minimum ending fund balance would essentially need to be $383.5 million. So you would actually have to reduce expenditures by about $1.85 billion.
You're welcome. Assemblymember Hadigi.
Thank you, Chair. And I just have a follow-up question to that for our fiscal staff. Ms. Kaufman, you used an 8-year average for the expenditure growth, but you used a future revenue growth. Do you happen to know what that 8-year average revenue growth is for the state?
The revenue growth for the last 8 years, I do not have that information. Mr. Nakamoto may have it though.
Okay, thank you. And that would just compare, I mean, if you're using an 8-year expenditure growth of 3% for those 8 years minus the 2 years where we had the COLA expenses, you're not using future projections for 2027, which is what you used for, I think, 2.9 in 2027. I think it just would be comparing the average of the 8 years in both growths would just give us a better comparison. Thank you.
And while Mr. Nakamoto is getting those numbers, we'll move on to our next question. We're going to go to Assemblymember Koenig.
Thank you, Chair. This one I think is fairly easy, but I have a pretty good grasp on the traditional trade jobs, but what's the salary range of like the set or production workers, and are those going to be full-time jobs with benefits? I don't have as big a grasp on what that job looks like.
Matt Walker for the record with Howard Hughes. The good thing about, one thing that makes this easier to project than just a manufacturing sector more generally is that there are negotiated national contracts. And so we don't have to kind of stick our finger in the air and say, as some economic models do, here's what we think manufacturing pays once it gets to Nevada. We can look at the right plain language of the contract and say, the average wage for these below the line folks, the folks doing the work that you described, is $113,000 plus benefit plus pension. And we'd be happy to provide you with some examples of how that plays out.
I would just add that I think you're going to hear from some people in support testimony from organized labor that will be able to give you specific numbers for various kinds of jobs on a set location.
That gives me a pretty good ballpark. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on my list is Assemblymember Watts.
Thank you, Chair. So I actually want to go back to some of the diversity or underrepresented community requirements in Section 14, subsection 2 of the bill. So it looks like within that there are essentially 5 options or requirements, and 2 of those 5 have to be met. And so I'm just trying to make sure that my reading of the bill is correct. So under paragraph B, it mentions 2 or more persons, and then lists a range of positions. And then in paragraph C, it mentions 6 or more persons. So I'm just wondering, if we had a large, $50 million production, would those diversity requirements be met by having 8 people, but through a combination of subsection B and C, right? Like a makeup artist, a hairstylist, and then 6 people in these technical roles that fit within women, racial or ethnic minorities, LGBTQ people, persons with disabilities, veterans, service members, or previously incarcerated individuals.
I'm going to ask, sorry, Greg Farrell for the record, Mr. Watts, I think that's a good question for Kim Spurgeon, if she might come back to the table. She might be able to provide you some perspective on that.
Kim Spurgeon, Director of Film Nevada, for the record. In terms of the diversity requirements that are included in the bill, our office would be responsible for ensuring what is in the bill as written is met. I have not had a chance to delve deeply into what those details are to be able to answer your exact question right now. I'm happy to do further research to ensure I have a better understanding. As you know, I have only had a copy of this bill for a couple of hours. So I'm happy to return to this question. Just know that our office is committed to administering this law as passed, should it be passed.
Matt Walker for the record. So, Assemblyman, the short answer is that some programs, and I think some of the initial drafts of this project and concept, set out a percentage. And what the concern was is, okay, you're going to have production assistants, or you're going to have some of the more entry-level career positions available to these folks. And I think that what you see here is a serious commitment to ensuring that we're thinking outside of that box and thinking more about, it gives credit for productions that may have trouble meeting that requirement with their cast. This gives them an option to make serious commitments in film leadership for those diversity requirements and check that box that way. So this is not intended to water it down and create a kind of alternative minimum. This is a way to simply say that if you're doing a project that maybe creates some challenges in who you're casting and meeting that target, here's other ways you can make meaningful investments that are audited at the back end. So this is something that Senator Neal brought forward as Oscar's criteria was progressing in thinking about film leaders and how we grow that pipeline, and we're excited to see it continue to take shape in this bill.
Thank you for that. And again, I see that there are a range of options and appreciate some of that additional background. But I mean, is that understanding right, that there's 5 options in A, B, C, D, and E, and that there has to be verification of compliance with at least 2 of those? So therefore, meeting B with having 2 persons and C with having 6 persons or more would be sufficient and again, I understand their goal is to surpass all of these things, right? And so get what you're saying there. I'm trying to also interpret what is the letter of the law that Ms. Spurgeon would be looking for compliance for. So those 2 would be sufficient to meet the requirements within this portion of the bill. Is that correct?
Matt Walker for the record. Yes, I believe that your interpretation is correct and that they need to meet at least 2 of these, and a combination that you laid out as a potential scenario would be a compliant production. Absolutely.
A question for both of you. The average size of a production, as far as the crew working on a production, is there like an average size?
Chair Greg Ferraro for the record. I mean, there could be, I'm told in some of the larger productions, it's thousands. In some of the smaller productions, it's, a couple hundred. It could be even smaller than that. The range we're talking about under what's possible under this bill is pretty significant. But
Apple Thorne, I'm the business representative for IATSE Local 720, representing a couple of thousand behind-the-scenes workers in Southern Nevada, and representing a lot of the workers that you're asking about right now that are behind the scenes. And absolutely, a small film that could qualify for a very small tax credit could be a couple of dozen workers, but it absolutely could be hundreds or thousands of workers as well.
Thank you for that. And then as you look at your membership and you look at the state of Nevada is one of the most diverse states in the union, right? And Clark County is a very diverse county. So when you look at your union membership, is it as diverse as the county and the state? So finding members that would fit those categories that are listed in the bill, would it be easy to find those members? A Black woman, AAPI, LGBTQ, that type of thing.
I'm proud to say that I think our membership does reflect the diversity of our state pretty well. We've put up pictures of our new members every week as they get sworn in, and it is a very broad and diverse group every time that they're joining and as we grow.
Thank you for that. Thank you for coming to the table to answer the questions. Next on my list, I have Assembly Member Anderson.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much for the prior question. So now my next one has nothing to do with the land. It's a good thing to know about. But it does have to do with some changes in the numbers. On page 45, it'd be section 26. You changed it from within 30 days to 90 days after the receipt of the notice. And then I think it was on section 5, it was within 60 days. You changed it to 45 business days after receipt of a final assessment. I've got two questions, but I'll be able to make it into one, I promise, Chair. Number one, does that make any sort of difference on the staffing that would be necessary for the state to provide through GoEd? And number two, why the change in dates? Because it feels like the state has less time to review while the production company has more time. And maybe I'm misunderstanding that change from 1 month to basically a fiscal or a quarter. So I'm just trying to figure out the difference with that and why that happened.
Matt Walker for the record. So there were timelines in statute from 2013 dictating how long principal photography could take. So I think it's fair to say that several of these were more in the line of modernization than they were any concerted effort to put the state on a more aggressive shot clock. I would ask if she's still there, if Ms. Spurgeon could come up. There's going to be an increased volume of applications coming to the film office, and I think we had a little bit of that conversation in the Ways and Means Committee last session, but maybe you could reiterate the regulatory timelines, the shot clock timelines in Section 16, and any other thoughts about that.
Ken Spurgeon, Director of Film Nevada, for the record. In terms of that specific provision and increasing the timeline, I wouldn't see any additional staffing needs due to that specific regulation. However, our office is working with LCB on creating a fiscal note for this bill that would include additional staffing for our office. We are currently an office of 4. And the increase in activity for our office would create the need for additional positions. We are currently working with our fiscal director as well as LCB on getting that fiscal note finalized for your review.
Thank you. And I believe Mr. Nakamoto has the answer to the question that Assemblymember Hadeke had.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, I am Michael Nakamoto, Chief Principal Deputy Fiscal Analyst with the Fiscal Analysis Division. So in response to the Majority Leader's question, I scrambled through and tried to get the averages percentage changes for the last 8 fiscal years. If you take all of those 8 years and do the average, it is 5.7%. However, we would note that in FY 2022, there was growth of 22%, which coming out of the pandemic, there was a lot of money that came into the state. And so if you were to exclude that, the average over the 7 of the 8 years would be 3.4%. Thank you.
Well, that concludes the list for the second round of questions. And if I know my vice chair, she has a third question.
I'm trying to keep it simple too. Let me get to my question. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the courtesy. But it kind of falls from last session when we were talking about this bill, and with it being the 15-year tax credit program. My question was, once the tax credits stop after the 15 years, and looking forward, would like sections 18 survive, or do you anticipate these productions still will be coming and doing these productions without these tax credits?
Greg Ferraro for the record. I'm going to answer it in 2 ways. One, the permanency of the infrastructure is essentially a demonstration that this program should go on in perpetuity. It is a substantial investment in infrastructure. If the program is as successful as we think it will be, and we are very optimistic about its success, then we would hope and expect that the public-private partnership would continue, and that we would continue to provide a new diversified economic base. We would continue to bring, and well, as Governor Sandoval said, keep Nevadans in Nevada, and that we would look back and say that this was a very important economic diversification step this legislature took to be able to secure a long-term stable industry in compatibility with our existing long-term industry.
Matt Walker for the record. I'll just add that the statute in the current draft would snap back to the existing $10 million program at the lower incentive rate, absent any of those other changes proposed by this bill. The tax district associated with the pre-K revenue does live on for as long as this body would like to see it live on. And you've seen states like California and Georgia, states that have been for decades associated with this industry, finding new ways to invest and expand into increased post-production pipelines and other things like that. So the states that know it best, even with some of the most diversified economies in our country, New York, California, and Georgia, are seeking to expand these programs, not contract them. We do hope that we can prove out and provide the data to this body and a future body that they would seek to expand the program. But that's on us to do what we said we're going to do in these initial years.
Thank you. Well, I have a few questions, and since I'm the chair, I get to ask a number of questions. So, first, as Assemblymember Moscow was saying, there's a lot of people who may not have the time to tune into a special session and follow along the way we all have so far, and they can't take off work to come up here or to go down to Las Vegas. So, just a few simple questions, hopefully just to maybe clarify and correct the narrative that's out there. So my first question for you, how much money is the state of Nevada investing in this program? Because the narrative out there is that the state is putting money into this program. Is it the state of Nevada taking money out of the general fund, or is the film industry and Howard Hughes footing the cost to build this program?
Matt Walker for the record. What is unique about this project as compared to other large economic development projects you've seen in the past is that it's all done with private dollars at private risk. If we fail to either do what we said we're going to do, or we fail to attract the high quality productions that we anticipate bringing with our partners and Warner Brothers and Sony, the state is at no risk, and that is really unique about this program.
Thank you for that. And in other states that have had film tax credits, have they had sunsets on their tax credits, or are they ongoing? Because there is a sunset within this bill for these tax credits.
Yeah, two things, Chair Greg Ferraro. One, let's take just Georgia, for example, if I could. Georgia doesn't have a credit cap. It's unlimited. We have a credit cap. It is in place to be able to manage responsibly the growth of this industry. Number two is that there's requirements here for the production side, for the studios to spend a certain amount. That requirement doesn't exist anywhere else in the world. And so what we have is a program that is limited in how many credits can be issued per year, but at the same time backed by a guarantee from the studio side that doesn't exist anywhere else. And in some cases where it's unlimited, they just do what they have to do, and they don't have the same infrastructure requirement or spending requirement.
Matt Walker for the record. I'll just add that this does have a sunset and transparency reporting that is head and shoulders over any other program that was looking to modernize and expand in the way that this state is. And we strongly feel that a future legislature is going to have all of the levers, both what worked, what types of production brought certain types of employment, and smartly expand where the data proves that they're going to get the results that are desired.
Thank you for that. And then my next question, we talked about the money. Could you just state again how much money the industry is investing in this project in this state?
On the production side, it's $4.5 billion over 15 years.
Matt Walker for the record. That's minimum. And on the construction side, it's at least $1.8 billion. So a total of 6.3. I'm not a...
I'm usually the one that says minimum, but he caught me on that one. Yeah, those are minimum numbers.
Yeah.
And then my next question, as in comparison to this bill, as we look at it, in comparison to other states that have had film tax credit bills, have in other states, have there been the infrastructure build out? We're talking about building a studio in Clark County. Have other states actually built out infrastructure that's permanent in their states associated with their tax credits, or were there just tax credits for people to come in and work in their state and then go home?
I believe, Chair, it's the latter. I'm not aware of any infrastructure requirements associated with film tax programs that I'm aware of.
Matt Walker for the record. So that's led to the states that have had infrastructure develop, New York, Georgia, they've had to have an immense amount of credits available to the market for an extended period of time for the market to finally react and say, okay, we're going to invest in infrastructure, invest in the job training pipelines to because this is going to be a permanent home for us. We're doing that right out of the gate, but also doing it within the fiscal constraints of a capped program. So we really feel strongly that we're getting the best of both worlds in that regard, both infrastructure and permanency, but also clear limits on the potential fiscal impact.
Thank you for that. And it's not just the film studio. That would be the Summerlin Film Studio. We're also talking about a training facility within the city of North Las Vegas at Nevada Partners, an investment in East Las Vegas. And we heard from our educational leaders from both K-12 all the way up to higher ed, an investment there. Have you had that in other states, or is this unique for this?
Greg Ferraro for the record. Again, to the best of my knowledge, I don't think there have been those kinds of high-level commitments made between studios and higher education, for example. And particularly important is to note that it's already begun.
And then my last question for you is as far as state fiscal safeguards and clawbacks and penalties, if you could just put that on the record one more time, what those are.
Chair, in section 10, let me get to it. The work that your Ways and Means Committee did at the end of session in negotiations with different parties and the governor's office established a schedule that required certain amount of guarantees that meet that $4.5 billion 15-year commitment. If there is underspending in a particular year, or if there's overspending in a particular year, that section allows for the carry forward if there's overspending to be applied into the next year. And there's also a schedule you'll see in the bill, let me get to it, that establishes the penalty provisions if there are shortages. Now, the industry, in addition to that, made commitments that they would spend at least $150 million in any given year. The reason that there's some flexibility built into the bill on the production calendar, and the reason we did it in 2-year segments for the first 6 years and then 3-year segments for the next 9 years, is because production schedules don't always align with the common day calendar or the fiscal calendar. Sometimes productions last 18 months, they go 13 months. Sometimes they start, there might be repositioning, so it takes longer than was originally expected. That's why we built into the bill the ability to look at these in 2-year periods and then 3-year periods, and why the penalty provisions are associated with that if there's under or overspending.
Matt Walker for the record. On behalf of Howard Hughes, I'll just add that in addition to those millions of dollars in penalties accrued to the general fund, they stacked on top of the fact that the state didn't have to issue the maximum number of film tax credits in the first place. So it's kind of a double bonus in that regard in terms of safety for the fiscal components of the state. Section 17, as I outlined, has clawback provisions. We have every single production audited, as Mr. Ferraro highlighted a couple of times during this bill. So there is no point at which no quarter at which state fiscal analysts are going to be unaware of what's in the pipeline, how these pictures performed, and the state will have all of that data at their fingertips.
And yeah, obviously there'll be enhanced reporting, transparency. Matt made the point, but we're always going to know. The state, you will always know And the governor's office will always know where we are in this program. There's never going to be a period where the program's going to sort of run unattended and then we'll check back in. This is going to be very significant investment in a new industry. We're all going to have eyes on it. We all want it to succeed, and everybody's going to do everything they can to make sure that there's no questions remaining about performance of the program.
Thank you for that. And we've all been here during times where we've had economic downturns, right? Tell me what would happen to the tax credits if there was an economic downturn.
Matt Walker for the record. My first session, we were in a 54% less general fund revenue than the last full session had anticipated. So that's certainly a session where we saw those challenges associated with the Great Recession. We also chose as a state to build the Governor's Office of Economic Development and have some tools to fight back next time we found ourselves in a similar economic cycle. But in the case that there is a downturn, of course, we are partners with the state. Howard Hughes has long been a partner with the state and will be at the table for any of those conversations that need to be had. But if I'm not here or Howard Hughes isn't here, the bill guarantees that in those times of fiscal uncertainty that there's the ability to pause the monetization of the program. Why pause the monetization and not just stop? That's not the way construction works, is stop and send everybody home and then start the construction in the next quarter. It allows for that economic activity to continue while the state's in that fiscal challenge, but it pauses the ability to cash in those certifications. So it helps with the cash flow, but it also helps. It's very likely that if we're in that scenario, you don't want to cut 10,000 folks loose and add them to the unemployment rolls in those times. So I believe we thread the needle enough to return the legislature to a special or regular session where they have all of the tools at their disposal. And of course, we'll be a partner and we'll be at the table for those conversations as well.
Yeah, if we, Chair, if we find ourselves in that unthinkable position, I believe we'd be right back in this building very quickly because all hell would be breaking loose and we'd be looking at a lot of different economic considerations. So, but we built into the bill the ability to pause, the ability to reflect, the ability to adjust.
Thank you so much for that. I believe that Assemblymember Hafen had a question along those same lines. Did that answer your question, or did you need to expand upon it? Pardon me? Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I see your puzzled look, so you're curious what my question is. And gentlemen, this doesn't have to do with the construction side, but on the ongoing forward, I know that some of the ancillary jobs may not be as high paying as the construction jobs. And so, we've seen with previous tax credits and tax abatements where the company comes in and they have the lower paying jobs that increases the cost and the burden on the state when it comes to Medicaid. And so in the projections that I believe Mr. Hobbs was discussing, was that taken into consideration? And what kind of increase in Medicaid cost would the state potentially be looking at?
I don't know whether Guy, I can't see him, so I don't know if he's here, if he wanted to comment on that, Guy. But before you do, Guy, I'll just say that we don't expect, the second part of your question, Mr. Haven, I don't think we expect to see any Medicaid impact.
Matt Walker for the record. And so, these are unionized industries. We have agreements not just for the construction, but also for the operation. So unlike other economic development projects where the data center gets complete or the other piece of infrastructure gets complete at high wages, and then the jobs that backfill that operation look and pay like the jobs that exist in our economy today, this is a different cycle where the average employment for production employees is the average wage is $113,000 a year plus health benefits plus pension. But Guy has several charts that show how that direct and indirect employment ripple throughout the economy, and I'm sure he has something more enlightening to add.
Mallory, are there any of the charts that, this is Guy Hobbs again, that we can put up that might address that question?
I am looking to see if we have any that show kind of the salaries and wages, if that would address it, but it might take me a moment.
Matt Walker, for the record, Assemblyman Haven, we'll make sure that as we distribute the updated analysis that updates the impact of the expanded PLA and updates the which fiscal years the construction is anticipated to fall in, that we'll also pull out that information and get it to you. I apologize for not having that with us today.
No, thank you.
But I
appreciate it.
think we're relatively confident that it's a good question to ask, and it's relatively confident. I don't think we're going to be contributing to the Medicaid role.
And as you guys are preparing, if you could break it down between the direct and indirect, if there is, because I have a feeling it's more the indirect jobs and not the direct jobs, and so I really appreciate it.
Matt Walker, for the record, we know what property types in-plan thinks that will create a certain number of jobs per square foot in the case of a retail center and things like that. So we can certainly show you what in-plan assigned to those values based on what is being experienced here in Clark County now. We do think that that's an undercount on the production side because those high quality, high wage productions aren't here yet, but we'll do our best to tell that story a little bit in your inbox, and happy to circle back. Thank you for the question.
I actually have those numbers up now. And can share them and discuss them a bit. So these numbers are geography specific.
Could you just
They're
state your name for the record? So for our record keeping, they'll know. That's okay.
Sorry, Mallory Richards for the record. You can see on my screen that I'm sharing that we have the average employee compensation for the various industries. These are coming from in-plan 2023 numbers. They're being inflated. The difference between
Hey, Mallory, it's Greg Ferraro. Sorry, you're going to have to read those numbers to us. We're having some.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're just going to have to highlight your numbers, put your pointer on there, and tell us where you are.
Absolutely. So, average employee compensation for arts, design, entertainment, sports, and media occupations is going to be about $96,000 annually. Personal care and service occupations is going to be about $42,000 annually. Office and administrative support occupations is going to be just over $60,000 annually. We don't have the healthcare practitioners and technical occupations, but we do have educational instruction and library occupations at about $83,000 annually. And again, these are 2023 numbers from Clark County specifically. They're being inflated to match the projection year that we're using.
And Matt Walker, for the record, so as we attract unionized productions paying at union scale, those numbers reflected in the in-plan data and frankly in our output analysis, where we're being conservative, is grabbing those numbers from Clark County, and we're bringing in economic activity that does not exist, paying a wage that doesn't yet exist in our economy.
Thank you, and I believe our last question that I have on the list is from Assemblymember Hibbets.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to pivot here for a second and discuss something that I had heard during the interim while we were all discussing all of this, actually prior to 25. It's my understanding that Warner Brothers has production studios in Southern California. Warner Brothers Discovery, I want to use the right name. Has production facilities in Southern California and outside of London, England. I forget exactly the name of the town. And this would be the third one. Sony, I know, has production studios in Southern California. Do they have production studios anywhere else, or would this be their second set of production studios, as in permanent, full-scale production?
Matt Walker, for the record, on behalf of Howard Hughes, I'll take the Sony part first. They do have other worldwide operations. I believe Singapore, Tokyo, some other locations throughout the world. I will get that information to you. I was just reviewing their renewable portfolio, and so I do know that they have a footprint in the UK. But in terms of establishing a production home where they own production infrastructure, my understanding is that outside of Culver City, it would be the only location.
Greg Ferraro, for the record. Thanks for the question. Yes, Leavesden in the UK is the name of the studio city. Warner Brothers has said a number of times that it wants to make Las Vegas its third home. They do have other operations. They obviously shoot in lots of different locations, and and produce in a lot of different locations, but those are the three primary areas. But it raises a question I'd like to take a moment to talk about, and that is international content demand. There is such great demand for content, particularly accelerated through the pandemic, that I can say on behalf of Warner Brothers that they're expanding in Burbank, they're expanding in Leavesden, they want to build in Nevada, and they're still going to be working hard to try to meet the growing demand. There's so much out there, but they want to own and operate their facilities rather than having to lease them. And if they can expand their owned and operated facilities between the UK, Southern California, and in Nevada, that helps them stay up to and helps them try to meet that demand curve.
Matt Walker, for the record, I'll also add that as the business model evolves, you see these studios continuing to invest in consumer experiences. And so if you went to Leavesden, if you went to Burbank, you'd see opportunities for visitor experiences and chances for folks to interact with that IP, spend more money, visit their hotels. And we see that as an awesome synergy with our Las Vegas economy, and feel strongly that that will take place as the industry evolves.
Well, that is the last that I had on the list of questions. Members going once, going twice. All right, I am not seeing any other questions. I thank you so much for the presentation and for everyone that joined in this presentation. We will move to testimony in support. And as I said at the beginning, we will have an hour of testimony in support, opposition, and then in neutral. We are going to start a half hour in Las Vegas, then a half hour here in Carson City for support. So you can relax there or you can go back to your seats, but we're going to start in Las Vegas. We're going to do the first half hour in support in Las Vegas, and then we're going to come to Carson City for support, and then we'll move to opposition. And we'll put our timer on so that I will be fair. Ready? All right, we will start in Las Vegas. You can go ahead. Each speaker has 2 minutes to speak. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chairman Ro Moreno and members of the committee. My name is Kim Spurgeon, Director of Film Nevada, a division of the Governor's Office of Economic Development, and I'm here today in support of AB 5. Prior to my role as director, I was the incentive program manager. For the past 11 years, it has been my responsibility to administer Nevada's current film incentive program, ensuring each qualified production approved to participate in the program meets the laws and regulations established by this body, and also following the changes and trends in film incentive programs throughout the U.S. and worldwide. One thing that sets this bill apart from other programs is the required investment in infrastructure. Tying a film incentive program to an infrastructure project is a relatively new concept, and it ensures that long-term investment is prioritized over short-term spending. A strong infrastructure base creates the ability to maintain consistent, high-quality productions that sustain a workforce and local spending, not one-off projects that only create a temporary benefit. Another aspect unique to this proposal is that it requires a minimum amount of qualified production spend each year. It's a requirement that I have not seen in any other program. While most tax incentives establish a program and wait for the businesses to come to them, hoping that the ancillary services and additional spending will eventually come as well, this is a true public-private partnership that not only has a minimum spending benchmarks, but it also implements penalties if those benchmarks are not met. This creates a guaranteed economic impact, the likes of which I've never seen before in another program. And perhaps most importantly, this bill requires an investment in Nevada jobs. These jobs are accessible. Almost anyone can start as a production assistant and work their way up. These jobs are diverse. The wide array of departments on a film set, including construction, art, lighting, camera, sound, wardrobe, hair and makeup, transportation, accounting, the list goes on, means that almost any skill set can find a job on a film crew, and these jobs provide opportunity. Not every industry has the ability to train folks from any socioeconomic background,
Thank you so
including
much, Ms.
low income.
Spurgeon. I'm so sorry you've met your 2 minutes.
2 minutes?
Thank you so much. You can submit your testimony to us in writing, so we get the full testimony. We can move to the next person. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Nancy Usher. I am Dean of the College of Fine Arts at UNLV. I am so incredibly pleased to be here today to speak in favor of AB 5. The passage of this important bill will transform the lives and career trajectories of our students. This is not only the 2,600 students in our college, the almost 500 students in our film program, or all the students at UNLV, but really this is about all the thousands of our students in our state. In addition to positively changing the lives of university students, we will be creating an exciting pipeline of pre-K to 12 students who can dream of being members of the filmmaking workforce of the future. The importance of passing this bill cannot be overstated. As you have heard previously, this is a jobs bill. It is also a way to convert our economy to the transformation economy. It's a way to greatly expand workforce opportunities so that our Nevadan talent can find jobs right here at home. Let us all celebrate together that we are the entertainment and arts capital of the world, and I mean the whole state of Nevada. This film bill, AB 5, will greatly amplify our prospects and reputation in powerful ways for the incredible, long, and sustainable future. Thank you so much for allowing me to testify in favor of this wonderful bill.
We'll move on
Good
to the
afternoon.
next person. You can go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Jesus Loya. I'm the business manager for the United Union of Roofers, Waterproofers, and Allied Workers, Local 162, and we're in full support of AB 5. Thank you.
Thank you.
For the record, my name is Heather Addison, and I'm chair of the UNLV Department of Film. Movies are magic, and Nevada is a magical place, a place where dreams come true. Both cinema and our state emerged from the same kind of inventive, inspirational energy. We are dream factories for the world. Those dreams are an engine of prosperity. People saw what Nevada could be, and now we're a premier destination for entertainment, arts, and technology, an imagination engine. Cinema, and by that I mean the art of moving images, has long been a big tent that requires all areas of expertise and labor. Embracing film means embracing every field, every expert, every skill we have in the state of Nevada, from the construction phase of Summerlin Studios through the many decades of shooting films and television series right here in Nevada. Tens of thousands of jobs. We need everyone. No matter what your profession or your vision, the film and television industry can involve you. Science, technology, music, performance, architecture, design, business, economics, communication, construction, lighting, electricity, plumbing, hospitality, food service, and consultants from every possible discipline, depending on the story we're trying to tell. We must show that we value working families and a creative vision for our future, because film is about all of that. AB 5 is for Nevadans, for the laborers, the technicians, and the storytellers yet to come. Sony and Warner Brothers have over a century of experience in cinema and television. My kids grew up on the Harry Potter movies, which animated and invigorated their childhoods. Sony owns Columbia Pictures, which produced a string of classic films celebrating the American dream, including my favorite Christmas movie of all time, It's a Wonderful Life, where George Bailey learns that building his community. Okay, well, thank you, everyone. Let's build our community. It's our George Bailey moment.
You can go ahead.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. It's Cameron C.H. Miller here, President and CEO of the Urban Chamber of Commerce. I miss you all. I wear glasses now. It's been a while. But I want to say this. You all know me. You know that I am, at this point, I continue to show up for this bill. I am I may imagine one of one, the only former legislator that was also a filmmaker, who also serves the community and represents the voice of small and micro businesses. With that being said, you know the things that I care about. You know I care about the community benefits part. You know I care about the small independent producer, and I care about the opportunity that we are creating by diversifying our economy. But one of the things we haven't talked a lot about are small businesses and the true impact and boom this is for our local small business community across the state. There's something like 122,000 small businesses that are, according to the Motion Picture Association, that have contracts with film projects, and 92% of them are 10-member businesses or less. Those are primarily my members at the Urban Chamber of Commerce. Those are your transportation companies, your caterers, your dry cleaners, your lighting companies. All of them have a tremendous opportunity to grow their business, to expand their business. And then there are entrepreneurs who will be able to create new businesses simply because we have a new industry in our state. This bill is not just about film, it's not just about jobs, it's actually about small businesses as well. And so I'm urging your support on behalf of the Urban Chamber of Commerce to support this bill to grow, diversify our economy with a sustainable industry that will support our local small business community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, you can go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chair Monroe Moreno and members of the committee. For the record, Ann Barnett, CEO for the Nevada Contractors Association. We are in full support of AB 5. The development of film infrastructure will not only diversify our state's economy, but also generate significant construction projects benefiting our local contractors, suppliers, and provide thousands of great paying jobs. Investing in workforce development and infrastructure aligns with our commitment to building a strong economy, and we ask that you support AB 5. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, you can go ahead.
Good evening, Assembly members. My name is Tito Torres. I am a 30-year Nevada resident, 25-year IBW 357 member here in Southern Nevada. It is projects like these, the good paying union projects, that have helped me raise my family here in Southern Nevada and not have to depend on the state, but be able to do my craft with pride and joy and being able to support them. So I implore you to help support Nevadans like myself with working families to continue supporting our families here in Nevada. Appreciate you.
Thank you. We'll go to the next speaker.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair Monroe Moreno and distinguished community members. My name is Clarissa Cota, Vice President of External Relations for the College of Southern Nevada. On behalf of CSN, we would like to thank you and Assembly Member Sandra Haragi for sponsoring this bill, which will help to diversify our economy and bring this new film industry to Southern Nevada. Since 1971, the College of Southern Nevada has grown to become the 5th largest college of its type in the country, serving over 40,000 students. CSN is a multi-campus community college with 3 main campuses, as well as multiple sites and centers all across the valley. CSN is ready to help support this new film industry, as we are very proud of our Emmy Award-winning videography and film program at the College of Southern Nevada, which constitutes the most state-of-the-art program of its kind in the region, with a total of close to 500 students currently majoring in programs within the film industry. These students are preparing for real jobs in the film industry. CSN is the largest producer of college graduates in Southern Nevada, pursuing jobs known in the film industry as below-the-line positions. Since 2014, students in our programs have been nominated for close to 130 student Emmys and won close to 70 student Emmy Awards, the largest number of student Emmy Award winners in the state and region. And our graduates work nationwide, and it would be wonderful to see many more job opportunities for them right here in Southern Nevada. This bill also presents an exciting opportunity to support early childhood education. CSN has a robust early childhood education program comprised of an associate's degree program in early childhood education meant for transfer to 4-year institutions such as UNLV, UNR, and NSU. CSN is proud of our Emmy Award-winning Phil program and our early childhood education programs, and we look forward to continuing to produce career-ready graduates for a new industry right here in Nevada. Thank you.
Honorable members of the Nevada Legislature, my name is Kira Byrne. I'm the CEO of Green Hour Planet. I arrived in the United States in 1993 from Dublin with $1,000 and a dream to be a filmmaker. A dream that led me to a fulfilling career producing documentaries for PBS, National Geographic, BBC, and Discovery Channel. Today, as the co-founder and CEO of Green Hour Planet, I lead a Nevada nonprofit that operates the nation's largest school garden and hydroponics programs, serving 400 schools across 16 of Nevada's 17 counties. My partner, Kim McQuarrie, a 4-time Emmy Award-winning filmmaker from Vegas, is the CEO of Green Hour Planet Studios, our sister company. Under his leadership, his team has produced over 500 award-winning educational videos and curricula available to every Nevada teacher and student. Together, we envision connecting Nevada students to the planet through the fusion of film, technology, and hands-on learning in gardens and hydroponics laboratories. Every year, we ask students across Nevada what they want to be when they grow up. And you know what they say? A storyteller, whether a YouTuber or a creative innovator using technology and media. AB5 presents an incredible opportunity for their dreams to become reality. Right now, we're in the midst of a technological revolution in education. States are racing to integrate technology, AI, and film to create the most impactful learning experience for the next generation. Nevada can and should lead this charge. Imagine if Summerlin Studios partners with Green Hour Planet Studios, working alongside Nevada's teachers to harness the power of AI and storytelling in classrooms. GOPS is just one of the small independent production companies referred to earlier and would benefit from AB5 and are based out of an underserved community in East Las Vegas. Let us seize this moment to position Nevada as the global benchmark for educational excellence and inspire generations to dream bigger. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Madam Chair, distinguished members of the committee. My name is Freddie Viznicki. I'm the business agent for the Ironworkers of Local 433 in this beautiful city. You guys have heard many things about the money, the taxes, and how the jobs will help our union members. But what I want to do is talk about something else. I want to talk about the children. Recently, I visited Angel Peak to watch a football game. All these kids are in juvenile hall. We have had also 40 gladiators come into our program in the last 2 weeks. These kids, they're apprentices. The only way to make it successful with the juvenile hall and to give these kids opportunities is through the jobs. I'm asking you to consider the kids and the future of this city to help us clean up the streets. The way we're going to do that, we can't do it without you approving this bill and bills like this in the future. I want to thank the distinguished members that took their time to come by our JATC and just to hear what we had to say. A couple of you up there that know who you are, and Madam Moreau, thank you for inviting me to be a part of your TV thing when I first got to this city. I appreciate you. Please consider the kids in juvenile hall. We want to give them opportunities. We don't want them to go back to Johnny Dope Dealer or on the streets, because their next choice, guys, is going to be in prison, and we need to stop that. Please consider getting this bill passed this time for all the right reasons. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next speaker.
Good evening, Chair and committee members. For the record, my name is Ryan McInerney on behalf of Nevada State University, and we are in support of this bill. Nevada State has a thriving visual media program, which has seen a remarkable 50% growth over the past 4 years to nearly 200 students. We are eager to integrate these talented individuals into future studio projects and expand our academic offerings to align with the needs of this innovative industry. Additionally, I want to note that NSU, which was founded to create more critical workforce roles like teachers, has a significant and growing early childhood education program, as well as an on-site early childhood education center. And we stand ready to help this project and this new industry any way that we can. I'd like to thank the team behind this legislation for proactively including our university in early discussions. We look forward to continuing our conversations and playing an important role and supporting and growing the film industry workforce in Nevada. Thank you.
Good evening, Chair and Assembly members. My name is Jimmy Schwartz. I represent the men and women of Ironworkers Local 433. When we last met, Nevada led the country in unemployment. I think it still does. Hundreds of our members are working far from home, missing birthdays, anniversaries, other important milestones. They're sacrificing being home to go put food on the table. I urge you to pass AB 5. Bring my brothers and sisters home. Your vote isn't a handout to the rich. It's to bring a parent home, giving her daughter or dad back or their mom back here at home. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Lizaki M. Collins, Executive Director of Nevada Partners for the record. I am coming as a nonprofit organization that's proudly served our community for 33 years, driving economic mobility and STEM innovations, youth and workforce development, affordable housing, and creative pathways that are creating lasting impact. I myself started as a 19-year-old youth in the community. Now I've been with the organization for 20 years. I continue to be a walking testament of the work that we do to serve our community. I'm here today to really show strong support representative of a transformative opportunity that builds Nevada and brings inclusivity and future-focused creative economy. Nevada Partners serves as a backbone organization and bringing over 50 multi-sector partnerships across education, small business, health, housing, and community-based organizations. Our network includes UNLV, CCSD, the Urban Chamber, our partner here, NSU, and other strategic partnerships in building trades, higher education institutes, industry leaders, workforce development agencies, and local employers. Together, we're really creating an alignment that really starts to build an ecosystem across our community. Through these partnerships, we're developing coordinated entry programs that are focused on youth between the ages of 16 to 24 in the film production industry. As Warner Brothers mentioned, this is already happening. It's already here. The work that we're doing in film production, content creation, film and marketing, we have a slew of influencers. Let's get them into industries that could actually really monetize their experience and their skill set in the creative industries. The importance of strategic alignment we can't overstate the importance of being able to bring nonprofits, universities, school districts, industry partners, and the local chambers. We're all working, moving forward in the same direction, and we truly just need your support to be able to continue doing the efforts that we're already doing in the community. The film and the industry are bringing high wages, future-ready careers, and attracting new businesses to bring outside capital into Nevada through production spending, tourism. For our youth especially, our unhoused, our disconnected youth, traditional education may not be the path.
Thank you so much. We've met the 2 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you. You can go ahead, the next speaker.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair and the committee for allowing me to testify in support of Assembly Bill 5. My name is Barbara McFadden. I'm represented by Babette Perry with Innovative Artists in LA. I moved to Las Vegas because I think Nevada is the best location to launch a sportsbook project and interactive game show that's based on the same game. Both projects will increase tourism, hotel stays, gaming revenue, and create jobs in Nevada. The sportsbook project will increase state taxes. There's 180 brick and mortar sports books and 12 online sports books in the state. Each wager would be taxed 6.75%. The interactive game show will support education, raise funds for charitable organizations, promote Nevada sports teams, as well as promote shows and celebrities performing at resorts and casinos in Las Vegas and other cities in Nevada. I used to be a professional bowler. Competitive bowlers don't make the kind of money that athletes make in other sports. So I reinvented the game to pick up the pace and added wagering to the mix to make it fun, exciting, and engaging to watch. Bet on bowlers like you bet on horses, only at Nevada Sportsbooks. The game show entitled Pots, Games, and Bet on Bowlers can be launched while Summerlin Studios is under construction. The project can be hosted at 14 or more bowling centers in various cities in Nevada, and the Bet on Bowlers finals can be hosted at any resort and casino with 10 temporary lanes. That includes cities like Reno, Laughlin, Mesquite, Pahrump, and Carson City. Plus, UNLV's film students can get hands-on experience filming the game show and sportsbook events for Summerlin Studios. For more details, you can check out a page on my website that's located at potgames.net/238. Thank you for allowing me to testify today, and I hope that Summerlin Studios will consider producing one or both projects that will create jobs, provide bigger prize funds for competitive bowlers, support education, charitable organizations, and increase tourism in Nevada.
Thank you so much. Next speaker.
Chairs and members of the committee, for the record, my name is Edelweiss Solano, and I'm here today representing the Asian Community Development Council here in support of AB 5. Our president and founder, Vida Lin, is proud to serve as a community advisory member of this project. We believe this bill is important for economic development and new employment opportunities. We are excited to see these studios come to Nevada and make investments in our community. We believe that these investments will help Nevada continue to grow and be successful in the future, and we are excited for this bill. We urge you to support this effort. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next presenter.
Good evening. My name is Dennis Ayala, and I am a proud member of the 872 Laborers Union. I'm here today because the film bill is a real opportunity for our state. It brings good jobs. The state local pay well and create real pathways for the next generation. Investments like this lift up working families and strengthen our communities. The bill builds a future in which our kids and communities have more opportunities, not fewer. It creates a future where the jobs developed here remain here, and where local development is tied directly to the lives and well-being of our working people. Thank you.
You can go ahead.
Hi, my name is Daniel Truglio, and I represent Local 872. I'm a father of 3, and I've been living in Las Vegas, Nevada for about 25 years. And after listening to this bill and sitting in this meeting, it truly impresses me on the educational value that it's going to bring to Nevada and the money that they're going to put into Nevada. And the studio will bring, of course, economic growth, but it will create hope for people that live in Nevada and bring their dreams and aspiring actors and actresses and screenwriters. It'll bring lots of hope and dreams for them also. And I'm just coming here today asking, please pass this bill so our families can eat and Nevada could move forward and succeed. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, and I will let you know that we have 5 more minutes for Vegas.
Thank you, Chair, and the committee, the opportunity to speak. I'm Christopher Aguilar, proudly with the Screen Actors Guild, American Federation of Television and Radio Artists, SAG-AFTRA. I am in support of AB 5, and I recommend your support of actors. Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood taught us the land of make-believe. These studios would allow my fellow actors and myself to work in a new land of make-believe. What's most important to me is the casting offices that will be based here in Southern Nevada. With help from our agents and managers, the casting actors ecosystem can thrive, and I'll have opportunities to audition more frequently. Support Nevada local actors and our local future of professional make-believe. We are in support of AB 5. Thank you, Chair, and I am open to answer questions with my final minute.
Thank you so much, but we won't have any questions during public comment. I appreciate it, though.
Of course, thank you.
Thank you. We can go on to the next speaker.
Madam Chair, Committee, my name is Leslie Patu. I represent the Heat and Frost Insulators, Local 135 here in Southern Nevada. With over 50% of our membership currently out of work right now, we're here in support of this bill to try to put people back to work. You know, this bill is the now and the future. The now is getting all the unemployment tradesmen to work. The future is going to be the pathway that this bill provides with education and vocational schools. And that's one of the key things to this bill that we really need to look at. But like I said, the now is getting our members back to work. I urge you to support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Edward Pleco. I'm a proud member of Local 872 Laborers and a proud native of Las Vegas, Nevada. I've spent my entire life here, thriving and working in this industry. I'm in full support of Assembly Bill 5 and the generational jobs this bill will create for us Nevadans. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. My name is Jake Macias. I'm a labor union from Local 872, proud labor. I've been a laborer for 34 years, lived here in Nevada for about 36. And when I came here, I was part of the big projects as far as like City Center, Mandalay Bay, Luxor, MGM, and I saw the impact it had on our economy. It was great. It kept us busy, it kept us food on the table, and we support AB 5, Labor's Local 872. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello. Thank you for your time. My name is Aaron Quiros. I'm Vice President of Local 135 Heat and Frost Insulators here in Nevada. I'm a second generation insulator. When I started as an apprentice, there was a lot of work. I'm a proud father of a third generation insulator, and unfortunately he's sitting on the bench right now. Work like a bill like this going through could help put our families back together and create the same opportunity that I had when I was getting into this trade 25 years ago. We would like your support for Bill AB 5. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Josh Steffen. I am a union pipe fitter with Local 525, representing the United Association of Plumbers, Pipe Fitters, Sprinkler Fitters, Service Technicians. I was born and raised in North Las Vegas. At our union hall right now, we have 400 members out of work, and more than 100 of them are having to travel out of the state just to provide for their families. Nevada workers shouldn't have to leave Nevada to survive. This bill creates steady year-round work, strengthens apprenticeship requirements, and invests in training facilities in North Las Vegas, giving my kids and the next generation a real opportunity right here at home. This is a bill that supports workers, families, and our economy. I respectfully urge your support. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And that brings us to our 30 minutes in Las Vegas. I thank everyone who joined and provided comments. If you weren't able to provide your comments tonight, I encourage you to submit your comments to the committee in writing. And we will start here in Carson City.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Ronnie Young. I represent the over 4,000 members of IBW Local 357 that urge you to vote in support of this bill. This jobs bill is something that could be a direct positive impact on my members and your constituents. This bill will lead to local families having a good opportunity to provide for themselves, making good union wages, good benefits, and provide a future for generations of trade workers wanting to start a new career. In a time where job creation in Nevada is desperately needed, this legislature has a bright opportunity to help Nevadans now. That is why I ask that you please vote in favor of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, good evening. Now it's gotten a little late. So my name is Eloy Hara, business manager of Labor's Local 169 in Reno, but I'm strongly in support of AB 5. So I feel like there's an opportunity that everyone has that we can all be part of to put us on the map, to put Nevada on the map. So very often I travel the country and I get asked, hey, you're from Nevada, where the Raiders are from, where the Aces are going to be from. So I don't take offense to it, so that's okay. I'm from Nevada, so I embrace the whole state as a whole. I see this as an opportunity that's going to be created for the members that live in our area. They're going to have an opportunity when the snow flies in the north. Guess what? They can go down south and go to a good job. So I'm I'm not going to prevent our members of Local 169 that opportunity to have the opportunity. So I think before you have a great opportunity. It's history making. That's the way I see it. So thank you for the opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You can go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. Madam Chair, members of the committee, for the record, Thomas Morley, representing Laborers Local 872, Laborers Local 169, Teamsters 631, Teamsters 986, Teamsters Local 14, and the Communication Workers of America. I'll keep it short and sweet. We support economic diversity, we support career pathways, and we support this project. Thank you.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is William Horn with Western Public Affairs, representing Goodwill of Southern Nevada. As many of you are aware, Goodwill does more than the bins that you see at storefronts and et cetera, and their storefronts selling secondhand goods. They also have training programs, nursing assistants, CNAs, and stagehand productions. And they are in support of AB5 for that particular reason. They have a module where they train stagehands, and they can modify this training rather quickly to the needs of the film industry and get these trainees who are looking for employment and changing their work skills to go out into the workforce that we have in Southern Nevada that this would create. And so you know the work that Goodwill does. You guys have supported them, particularly in AB 525 and from the 2023 legislative session, and we've provided a report to you on that and the good work they've done with those funds, and they can continue to do those works and expand those training programs with the passage of this bill. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Good evening, Madam Chair. For the record, Danny Thompson. I'm representing Operating Engineers Local 3, Local 12, IBW Local 396, IBW 1245, and Laborers Local 872. You know, for decades, we've looked for ways to diversify our economy away from a single industry state. And we've done a lot of work in that space, but not enough has been done, as evidenced by what happened during COVID and different downturns that we've seen in the industry. This bill represents a quantum leap in that effort, because not only are you going to create 19,000 construction jobs, you're going to create 18,000 full-time jobs that I would submit to you aren't jobs, they're careers. These aren't people who are going to be coming to the state looking for you to pay for their insurance or to give them benefits. These are full-time great jobs. And at a time right now when Nevada has the third highest unemployment in the nation, you know, this bill has come at the perfect time and is the perfect opportunity to solve all those problems. And in addition, as you heard today, supply a permanent funding for pre-K. I mean, really, this bill is significant. It's good for the state, and we urge you to vote for it. Thank you.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Apple Thorne, I represent IATSE Local 720, which has over 2,000 members in Southern Nevada working behind the scenes in entertainment. Our members are reliant on the tourism industry. We primarily work in convention and live events, and the expansion of the film industry can broaden our opportunities. This is a jobs bill. This is all about jobs for us. And these are more opportunities for our workers that are not reliant on the tourism industry. When COVID came and shut down our industry, it devastated our workers. We were the first ones kicked out the door and the last ones brought back. And we were told again and again that we're non-essential. But it was essential to put food on the table. It was essential to feed our families and to pay our bills. And the little glimmers of hope that we had was when television shows started using our convention spaces as sound stages, and our workers who have these skills could start to go to work and could start to pay some bills because it wasn't reliant on gathering large groups of people into crowds. And so these are good paying jobs. These film projects are not permanent long-term jobs in the way that you traditionally think of them. They are project-based. However, the benefits go from project to project, and the contracts continue from project to project. These are nationally negotiated agreements, so we know what they're going to be. We know what they are when we go from one project to the next. These are good-paying jobs. The contracts that we have with Sony and with Warner Brothers pay better than the live entertainment jobs that we have and the convention and trade jobs that we have. Our healthcare benefits pay into a pool so that it keeps us on our healthcare plans when we're between projects. But we go from project to build careers, and we do build long-lasting careers going from project to project. So they're not the traditional way that you might think of a full-time job, but they're absolutely full-time sustainable careers. And we ask for you to help us expand our opportunities for our members and everyone who dreams of working in movies and television. These are good jobs, and it expands our economy outside of being dependent on tourism and convention.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You can go ahead.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the Assembly. My name is Michael Brady. I am Market Rep and Tribal Liaison for the Northwest Regional Organizing Coalition and also proud member of the Pyramid Lake Paiute Tribe. This bill would be great for the state, but more importantly, for every community within. So with that, I am in full support of AB 5. Thank you.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Hello, my name is Wendy Newman. I'm representing the Southern Nevada chapter.
We can't hear you. Is your mic on? You might have to move closer.
Okay. Hello, my name is Wendy Newman, representing the Southern Nevada chapter of the National Electrical Contractors Association, NECA. We strongly support AB 5, which will create lasting opportunity for contractors and skilled tradespeople. This bill means more jobs, economic growth, workforce development, and industry stability. AB 5 is an investment in Nevada's workforce and economy. We urge your support. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Good evening, Madam Chair and committee members. My name is Phil Janes. I'm the president of IATSE Local 720. I'm in partnership with Apple Thorn, and she said pretty much everything that I ever could have said. But I will tell you that the LVCVA revenue stream takes a hit. That was the headline in the business section of the paper this morning, the Review Journal. The quarterly revenue was down 14%. Now I'm bringing that up to highlight that everything we do, not everything, a lot of the stuff that we do in Las Vegas is tied to tourism. And when that takes a hit, the conventions take a hit. When conventions take a hit, the hotels take a hit, everybody takes a hit. And that's why we want to diversify what we do, and we want to diversify the industry, or not the industry, the economic situation in Las Vegas. So when we diversify it, when something like this happens, it doesn't hit us as hard, right? We've been around since 1939. We were projectionists. What were projectionists projecting? Film. We started out in the film industry, 1939. Bugsy Siegel comes to the town, calls up Wally Roper, one of our original members, and says, hey, you guys are stagehands now. Now we're going to do lounges and showrooms. Conventions come into town in the 1980s, 90s. We start doing that. We adapt. Our skills are very adaptable. We already do a lot of film, not a lot of film, but when film comes to town, we're doing it. And we are ready to do this film. And we have people who are trained, who have skills that will transfer into these positions and can handle these jobs. And we're looking forward to it, and we appreciate it. And but for those reasons, we support this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, committee and chair. My name is Aisha Goins, AESHAGOINS, Black Joy Strategies. I'm here on behalf of Chocolate City Cigar Lounge and also SEIU. Chocolate City is for this bill specifically because during WrestleMania they saw an increase in revenue, and they want to continue to have those opportunities as a small business to have increased opportunities. And SEIU has a statement. SEIU thanks Executive Secretary Treasurer Vince Saavedra and Assemblywoman Monroe Marino for understanding the importance of ensuring that the nurses and ancillary workers who will be serving The workers on site and at studio receive the best health care possible, and that is only possible with union nurses and union ancillary workers. On behalf of our 10,000 healthcare workers, 14,000 home care workers, and representing the largest healthcare and public sector union in Nevada, we thank you for your time. President Michelle Massey and Executive Director Sham Shaw, thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Next speaker.
Robert Diaz, DIAZ, representing the sheet metal workers of SMART Local 88. Chair, thank you for the time. Assembly members of the committee. We have roughly 1,400 members in the southern half of Nevada. Obviously, just like most everyone dittoing those comments, a lot of them are out of work. We're looking for the next step, the next project to help us get through a lot of that. I think as a reminder, an example I've given in my campaign of this bill has been that in 1936, in that 30 era, there was a project, Hoover Dam. 21,000 construction jobs is what that created. Those 21,000 jobs were designed to save the nation. This bill in itself will enact 19,000 jobs just to save our state. I think the numbers comparison is huge and worth taking note of. There's about 8 miles of Las Vegas Boulevard Strip that subsidize a lot of the state and a majority of our workload. It's a one-trick pony. We can just call it what it is. And unfortunately, it becomes the canary in the coal mine for the economy of the nation. As soon as it slows down, Las Vegas tourism goes away, the state suffers. As soon as it picks up, we're the last to come back. So we're continuing to figure out how it happens and what we can do to solve that problem. I think this bill, AB 5, is a remedy to that issue. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next speaker.
Madam Chairwoman, members of the committee, Greg Esposito, representing plumbers, pipe fitters, HVAC, our service technicians, Local 525. Many of you have toured our training facilities, both of them. The first one built to make us the best construction workers, and then the next one that we opened recently to make us the best service technicians. Back in early 24, Matt Walker came in and spoke to us about this project, and the conversation immediately went to the long-term jobs, the long-term careers of apprentices, talking about the highly sophisticated heating and cooling systems that movie studios need in order to run silently to where it doesn't affect what you're filming at the time. And so we've been very interested in working with the parties involved on those long-term opportunities. You know that was one of my big issues during the regular session, and I'm very glad that we've come to agreements as far as Mr. Thompson said, the careers. This project will provide some long-term careers for construction workers that are not used to it. They're used to the boom and bust cycle. Hopefully this project gets to bust that cycle for many people in many different trades. So we urge your support.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Madam Chair and Assembly members. My name is Mark Andrig. I'm a Operating Engineers Local 12 business rep in Southern Nevada and a 40-year resident of Las Vegas. And I keep it short and sweet. We are for this bill.
Thank you so much. Next speaker.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the committee and staff. Rick McCann, Nevada Association of Public Safety Officers and a member of the Nevada Law Enforcement Coalition. My comments are the same as everybody else's, so respectfully, ditto.
Thank you so much. Next speaker.
Good evening, Chair, members of the committee. Francisco Morales here on behalf of the Latin Chamber of Commerce. Just a few quick words from President Peter Guzman. The Latin Chamber of Commerce is now entering its 50th anniversary, and during those years, the LCC has supported good policies that put men and women back to work, policies that create high-paying, life-changing jobs, and that's why the Latin Chamber supports this bill. The Latin Chamber has been supportive since the moment that they found out that Howard Hughes was involved in this project, because Howard Hughes is Las Vegas, and their projects speak for themselves. Good quality projects that employ good people. And for those reasons, the LCC supports the bill. We want to make sure that we can put shovels in the ground right away. And most importantly, we want to make sure that we can put Nevadans back to work right away. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Madam Chair and Assembly members. My name is Christian Cespedes, and I'm with District Council 16 Painters and Allied Trades Union. And I'm here today to support AB 5. This bill brings real work to our state. work that pays well, stays local, and creates opportunity for the next generation. As an organizer, I'm tired of seeing the misclassification and worker abuse that's far too common in Las Vegas. Projects like this can set the standard for how things should be done, creating fair jobs, protecting workers, and investing in our communities. I'm proud to be a part of the Eastside Las Vegas community, where hardworking people like me want to see good jobs, growth, and opportunity right here at home. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Assembly members. My name is Carrick Petlansky. I'm an organizer with District Council 16 and a member of Las Vegas Local 159. I'm here today to support the film bill because it represents real sustainable work for our state, work that pays fair wages, stays local, and creates opportunity for the next generation. This bill provides a sustainable work not only for our tradesmen, but for our community as a whole. And this type of investment strengthens families, builds communities, and contributes to long-term economic growth. I'm for this bill.
Thank you so much. Next speaker.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Christopher O'Flaherty, representing District Council 16 Northern Nevada, and a proud union member of the IUPAT Local 567. I'm here today in support of AB 5 and to stand in solidarity with our fellow building trades members in Southern Nevada. This bill aims to create well-paying jobs that offer career growth and life-changing opportunities. It will not only benefit our construction workers and their families, but also provide a platform for a diverse and new workforce in the film industry for future generations. This bill is an investment in the future of all Nevada workers and their families and will result in the creation of 19,000 well-paying union jobs, which will not only benefit the workers' families, but will also positively impact the communities they reside in. I am grateful for the opportunity and time to express my support for this bill.
Thank you so much. Next speaker.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the Assembly. My name is Joe Musa. I'm an organizer for District Council 16 and a proud member of the Glazers Local 2001 in Las Vegas. I'm here today in strong support of AB 5, the film studio bill. As a worker in the construction industry who is also born and raised in Las Vegas, I know all too well the boom and bust market that construction workers in Las Vegas experience. Because so much of our membership, or our members' work comes from the gaming industry, we see ups and downs based on how busy tourism is. This bill creates long-lasting year-round jobs in Nevada that are not dependent on tourism or gaming. This bill will generate tens of thousands of union work hours during the construction of the project and create hundreds of full-time jobs once completed. I support the film bill because it puts Nevada residents to work. The requirements for local hiring, union labor, and workforce training mean our community will feel the benefit directly. I urge you all to support this bill. The bottom line is it creates jobs. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Assembly members and Madam Chair. My name is Chris Kimes. I'm also an organizer with District Council 16 of the IUPAT. We're the finishing trades, and I'm from here in Northern Nevada. I'm here today to support my brothers and sisters from Southern Nevada building trades and asking for your support for Assembly Bill 5. I moved to Nevada 33 years ago. Joined my union when I was able to take advantage of the opportunity to build a better life here for myself, my children, and eventually my grandchildren. I believe this legislation is a game changer for our state, and that the film bill offers countless other families the same opportunities that were provided to me. Key components to the bill are its mandatory requirement to draw 50% of the workers from the Nevada workforce, and its strong provisions for programs, apprenticeships, training, and workforce development. It'll provide thousands of good, stable, year-round jobs for Nevadans through the creation of 19,000 construction jobs and then 17,000 permanent jobs that'll exist after completion. The bill's benefits reach deep into our communities as well. One example being the dedication of $12 million annually to the pre-K education programs in the state. The commitment to union-built infrastructure using project labor agreements ensures quality and fair wages for the workers. They're able to take advantage of the job opportunities that I mentioned that were also provided for me. Ultimately, the bill helps build a diversified, modern economy that supports the next generation of Nevada workers. Builds a future in which our kids and communities have more opportunities, and future where the jobs created stay here. and where economic development is tied directly to the lives of the working Nevadans. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Next speaker.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, my name is Alfonso Lopez, Lopez, and I represent the sheet metal workers of Local 88. We have had nearly 33% of our local has not worked locally for over 2 years now, since the Fountain Blue, the Resort World, and the Sphere unfortunately wound up at the same time. Southern Nevada construction workers in general need job opportunities, and I strongly urge your support for AB 5. Thank you.
Thank you. That brings us to 22 minutes here in Vegas. Do we have anyone else that would like to testify in support? I mean, in Carson City. I'm so sorry. Not Vegas. All right. Then we will close the testimony in support of Assembly Bill 5. And for those of you who do not know, I've recently had knee replacement surgery, so that's why I stood up. I need to walk around, so we're going to take a 5-minute break before we start opposition. And then we will start the testimony in opposition. We'll start in Las Vegas for the first 30 minutes, and then we'll come back up to Carson City. So we will be in recess for 5 minutes. Thank you so much for your patience. We will call the meeting back to order. And we will start, as I said, we have an hour of opposition. We will start with the first half hour in Las Vegas, and then we will come back here to Carson City. Each speaker gets 2 minutes. We will have you on a timer. And when you're ready, I see the table is full there in Las Vegas. The first speaker, if you'd like to go ahead and get started, you can start now.
Thank you so much, Madam Chairs, members of the committee. My name is Anahit Baghshetyan. For the record, that is ANAHIT BAGHSHETSYAN, and I'm a policy analyst at Nevada Policy. So before this point in the hearing, we heard a lot of promises, and we heard a lot of dreams, and we heard a lot of production. So I want to provide some real details and numbers which I believe your policy decisions should be based upon. We mentioned Georgia a lot. Georgia's return on each dollar's investments are 19 cents as of the most recent study. California is 20 cents per dollar. New York was also mentioned with immense amount of credits is just 15 cents per dollar. On top of that, in most of the states, 90% or more of the production is but for. This means if the credits weren't in the state, the film studios would not be making the movies in this state. Assemblymember Manuel Marino asked the committee whether there have been any states that have discontinued the programs. In fact, there have been. Florida, Alaska, Michigan have all canceled their film tax credits programs previously after 2009 in this previous decade. But when we started this hearing, many news outlets just published how Netflix and Paramount are also bidding on Warner Brothers because this industry is very quickly changing, shifting, and maybe slowly dying. We have AI taking over a lot of jobs, a lot of layoffs. So I urge you to consider this as a very much so gamble and very little so investment. As policymakers and policy advisors, we cannot base our decisions on promises, but we can base it on tangible data to make sure that Nevadans are protected. Please vote no on this measure. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Chairwoman, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Kira Fincher. That's Keira, and then last name Fincher. Today I am testifying to express my strong opposition to AB 5. This bill is fiscally irresponsible and lacks the necessary safeguards to protect Nevadans. Assemblymember Howdigi said it best. The numbers speak for themselves. In an independent assessment of the Summerlin Studio proposal commissioned by the GOED office, it estimated a return of 23 cents per dollar. The assessment also found that the anticipated economic output estimate was 82% lower, employment was 42% lower, income was 29% lower, and the value added to the economy was 41% lower compared to the analysis supporting the Summerlin Studios project. Researchers at UNLV's Lindsay Institute found that, quote, for a state like Nevada with unstable revenue streams and a narrow tax base, expenditures on tax credit programs crowd out funding for other priorities at a time when the state is shouldering higher administrative costs for the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program and addressing federal changes to Medicaid. As the co-presenters also said, this bill is a legacy, one of detriment to our state. The big, beautiful bill cut $4.5 trillion from state budgets everywhere in the country. Those cuts will take food off the table for 505,500 people that rely on SNAP in Nevada. 856,000 Nevadans will lose access to health care. Special education cuts will affect teachers and harm 64,000 children under IDEA. We need to invest money directly into the public good, not give away our tax dollars to corporations hoping it will reroute to us, which the numbers already tell us is only 23 cents. I urge you to vote no on Assembly Bill 5. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, legislators and ENCHI leaders. For the record, my name is Imer Cespedes Alvarado, founder of Youth Voice of Nevada and ENCHI student. Like thousands of ENCHI students, I'm barely keeping up. Housing is out of reach. Groceries keep going up, and now ENCHI raised our tuition by 12%. We're doing everything we can just to stay in school, legislators. The students are the one knocking doors for you, making calls for you, showing up for you. So I'm asking from a place of frustration and honesty, what are you doing for us? What are you doing for the undocumented families who is fighting for Nevadans when we need you the most. And to NC leadership, it hurts to see you meet with corporate Hollywood while ignoring the students you're supposed to serve. Who are you working for, NC students or the corporate asking for a handout? And let me make this clear. On behalf of hundreds of students, shame on you.
Next speaker.
Hello, Madam Chair and committee members. I'm Steve Scott. I'm a Vegas resident and a proud member of the Sierra Club, and my assembly person is Brian Hibbets. Please vote no on AB 5. I want to say this to the film industry. I do not want to subsidize you. I'm glad to have films made here, glad that we're going to have more celebrities all around. That's all fun, but not at the expense of me and Nevada taxpayers. You do know that Nevada's finances are strained, and as the state is already on a modest tax base. Nevada struggles to pay for its infrastructure and educational costs and all kinds of other things that we need, and some of these costs will be increased because of your presence. Film industry, you're locating here because you really, really want to be in Las Vegas, where your executives and your movie stars already live. But your capital investments here in Nevada are your business, not our business. The film industry is doing extremely well with its finances. You don't need to be subsidized by local taxpayers. You are not entitled to the state of Nevada and getting corporate welfare. Enjoy your stay here and pay your Nevada taxes. People here, including your workers, and it's great that you've got all these jobs coming, but they also need you to become full tax-paying members of Southern Nevada's economy. Assembly members, please vote no on AB 5.
Thank you so much. Next speaker.
Good evening, members of the Committee on Jobs and Economy. For the record, my name is Alexander Avila. I'm here on my own behalf as a citizen and UNLV alumni, here to address my concerns and strong support against this bill. Our communities are in turmoil right now as we speak, with Nevadans struggling to pay for rent, groceries, sending their kids to school, and living in fear under this current administration. And everywhere you go, there's a struggle happening within our community. This bill breaks the trust and promises that you made with our communities for better lives and government transparency. The support we have given you over the years was not only because we were your constituents, but as your friends and colleagues who worked side by side with you when it mattered. Do not forget about your home and the people who are depending on you to do the right thing right now and going against this bill and addressing real issues and the needs of your state. We have a governor who we cannot rely on anymore to represent the people of the state, and a Nevada Democrat Party who publicly makes statements like Lombardo sides with Trump and billionaires, and yet here we are today having this conversation. As our immigrants are at risk, you find yourselves doing the same thing. And as our local representatives, you need to do the right thing right now and ensure that there's transparency within the state government. Giving away this tax breaks to corporation isn't the way to go about with finding a solution to the economic crisis we are facing. The lives of Nevadans and everyone else who lives here matter. We're not disposable to some corporation to take advantage of our resources and taxpayer dollars in order for them to build this fantasy project that has no real financial security and takes away the money that belongs to the people and can be used at this moment to finance real economic solutions. I ask you to do the right thing and vote no on this bill.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Charlotte Cameron, CHARLETTE space CAMERON. I am a lifelong Las Vegas resident and a UNLV student, and I am not eager for Nevada to pursue a $1.5 billion Hollywood handout. I'd first like to acknowledge that the Assembly is shutting us out while claiming to represent us. The lack of transparency and accessibility from the special session is intentional and clear to us. These items are not optional. They are the foundation of our democracy. By refusing call and testimony, the Assembly is blocking the very Nevadans they claim to serve. Every Nevadan deserves a voice. Silencing us is unacceptable. This is not economic development. It's the largest corporate giveaway in Nevada's history. 1.5 billion is being taken away from our schools, our healthcare system, and programs like SNAP that feed families and supporting working people. The film industry should not be a priority when Nevadans' lives are on the line. The Governor's Office of Economic Development found this program will return just 23 cents for every dollar invested. History shows us the danger. During the Great Recession, Michigan lost $500 million on film subsidies, outsourced jobs to out-of-state workers, and diverted public funds from police and educators. Nevada can't afford this. 1.5 billion can transform classrooms, feed families, and create real lasting jobs here at home. That is true economic development. Anything less is a betrayal. Invest in us, Nevadans, not Sony, not Warner Bros., not the Howard Hughes Corporation. Invest in our people and invest in our future. Please vote no on the $1.5 billion Hollywood handout. Nevada deserves better, and we deserve better. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you, Chair and members of this committee. For the record, my name is Kevin Yang. That is Kevinyang. And I am currently a student at UNLV studying political science. I am in strong opposition to AB 5, the film tax credit bill. During a time of federal funding insecurity that is leading to instability in SNAP, healthcare, education, and so many other aspects of public well-being, it is a really bad idea to commit to an almost 2-decade-long tax coupon to the private sector, hoping they can somehow achieve the goals of public interest. Not only is the projection of the number of jobs created by this bill exaggerated, many of them are also temporary. And trust me, no one wants to see more union jobs than I do. But temporary jobs created in the construction of the studios are not worth the long-term economic trade-offs. The Lindsay Institute of UNLV found that considering states that have adopted similar programs, the national average of the return on investment was 23 cents for every dollar that the state spent. In a state where revenue is often scarce, let's ensure that taxpayer money that we do have goes to education, healthcare, food assistance, and so many other government programs that protect working families and our vulnerable communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Sarah Levitt, Sarahleavitt, and I'm a member of Las Vegas DSA, and I'm a Nevadan born and raised. I really love the idea of funding pre-K for all of Nevada's children. It's incredibly important, but I disagree that this film bill is a strategic long-term investment. There's no guarantee that this is going to be a sustainable funding stream for this pre-K. So these studios keep talking about commitments, but there's a lot of it that they're refusing to put in writing. And if it's not in writing, it's not enforceable, it's meaningless, right? So they're saying they're guaranteeing $300 million a year for 15 years, and there's penalties for not meeting that. But the problem with that is the moment that they decide that it's cheaper for them to just pay those penalties and abandon Nevadans, they will do it. They did it in Georgia. So the moment, so they'll leave us with job losses and an underfunded pre-K program. I do believe that our legislators care about Nevadans, but I believe the studios will always prioritize profits. We don't need to bribe them with corporate giveaways to get them to invest here. I would like to see us find another way to fund pre-K, like increasing mining taxes. Finally, I want all the wonderful construction workers to have jobs, but I want them to be permanent. I want to see us generate some jobs by maybe building affordable housing. There's other ways to do the things that this bill does without giving corporate giveaways. So please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Austin Crable, Krehbiel. I am a State of Nevada employee and a member of AFSCME Local 4041. My statement is my own and doesn't reflect the Division of Social Services. My job is to interview families and determine their eligibility for SNAP and Medicaid. As you know, federal regulatory changes are costing the state of Nevada millions of additional dollars each year to administer our program. At the same time, thousands of Nevadans are expected to lose SNAP benefits and their Medicaid eligibility. That's why it's so important for us to protect tax revenues and prioritize Nevadans' working families instead of California mega corporations. We need our tax dollars supporting the most vulnerable families, those thousands of us who will be going hungry and losing our health insurance. We ask low-income families and state employees to tighten their belts, make do with less, and pay more for groceries and health insurance because of these austerity measures. We ask public employees to face the toughest issues plaguing our communities, and we ask them to solve these problems without providing the resources necessary to address them. Every dollar we lose to film studios is a missed opportunity to support public services, fund public infrastructure projects, and to pay unionized state employees for their service to our community. Nevada taxpayers shouldn't be propping up Hollywood studios at a time when so many of us will be going without. You heard the presenter's own projections that this is a revenue negative bill. This is going to leave our state's budget saddled with debt for years to come. And I'll remind you, every dollar that is spent on SNAP is estimated to generate $1.54 in economic activity, making it a better investment than film tax credits. And these programs create jobs throughout all of Nevada, not just Southern Nevada. It goes to the ranchers and the farmers up in the north. It goes to the grocers. It goes to the truck drivers delivering the food. And of course, it feeds the most vulnerable among us. And our Medicaid dollars support hospitals, nurses, clinics in urban areas, rural areas.
Thank you so much.
They
You've
improve
reached your
healthcare
2
outcomes
minutes.
and save our
I
lives.
ask that you submit your comments in writing. Next speaker.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee, for the opportunity to testify today. For the record, my name is Shelby Swartz, SHELBIE-SWARTZ, and I'm the Executive Director of Battleborn Progress. I'm also a Nevada resident and parent who wants to see our state build real, lasting prosperity, not chase the next shiny object. Right now, Nevada is staring down $9.5 billion in federal cuts over the next decade. In that context, the idea that we would give away over $1.6 billion in public funds to multi-billion-dollar movie studios is not just bad policy, but it's a profound misreading of the moment. We know how this story goes. From Michigan to Georgia, film tax credits have failed to deliver on their promises, with states getting back pennies on the dollar. Our own governor's Office of Economic Development found that this proposal would return just 23 cents on the dollar. Studios chase subsidies from state to state, and when the freebies dry up, they leave, and taxpayers are the ones holding the bag. By contrast, we know what does work. Every dollar we invest in strong public schools, safe roads, and modern infrastructure creates long-term jobs that cannot be outsourced. Teachers, construction workers, nurses, care providers, and small businesses that grow around them. All things that I know each and every one of you care about deeply. Economists tell us that every $1 in early childhood investments returns many times that in higher earnings, better health, and stronger communities. This is a choice about our values as Nevadans. Do we lock ourselves into a race to the bottom, handing over billions to out-of-state studios with a history of union busting and worker exploitation? Or do we invest in Nevadans and in our communities, in our kids, our workers, and the public infrastructure that will still be here decades from now? I urge you to reject this corporate handout and instead direct these resources to our schools, our roads, our healthcare systems, our early childhood programs. Let's bet on Nevada and not on the temporary generosity of Hollywood studios. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Justin Guzman, and I am with the Progressive Leadership Alliance of Nevada, providing testimony on behalf of our volunteer, Joy Hoover, from Nevada's 1st District, who is unable to testify today due to the Assembly's anti-democratic decision to prohibit phone testimony for the special session, which is a non-transparent and shameful act for this body to do, especially at a time when public trust in our institutions is at an all-time low. Moving on. Nevadans are asking for the basics for ourselves. We want safe schools, accessible mental health care, stable housing, and a chance to build a life we don't have to hustle ourselves into the ground and maintain. Young families, students, caregivers, and workers are trying to stay afloat in a state that's growing faster than our support systems. That's why AB 5 feels so out of step with what our communities actually need. This bill would send $1.5 billion to Sony and Warner Brothers over the next 15 years, even though similar programs in other states consistently fail to deliver the benefits promised. We've watched Georgia, New York, Louisiana, and Maine invest deeply in these credits, only to see minimal job creation and little long-term impact for the people living there. Nevadans aren't asking for Hollywood studios to be prioritized. We're asking for investments that strengthen our neighborhoods, invest in teachers so they can afford to stay, invest in mental health services so we don't have 6-month wait lists, and invest in housing that matches what people actually earn here. If you want a future where Nevada thrives, you need to invest in Nevadans, not billion-dollar companies who will take the incentives and leave when they're gone. I'm asking you to vote no on this bill and say yes to the people who call this state home. Thank you. This is from Joy Hoover.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Elizabeth Becker, and I'm a resident of 84 and SD 18. And I wrote this testimony while listening carefully to the presentation and to everyone else's testimony. I have friends in this room and yours who are on the other side of this issue, but that does not change the fact that this bill is a handout to billionaires who should be paying taxes in Nevada. I also agree with what Assemblyman Watts said, that not allowing phone testimony is disenfranchising and a disservice. We need jobs for everyone, regardless of what industry they work in. These tax credits will take hundreds of millions in revenue out of the state's coffers that could have been used for public education and other needs. How does a $12 million annual donation for a preschool program covering an estimated 5,000 children, a small fraction of the total number of children ages 3 to 5 in Nevada, compare? I'm a former pre-K teacher, and I made $9 an hour. People cannot live on that, and they need the tax revenue in our state to help pay for services. I want all of the temporary construction jobs and the permanent jobs that these studios will provide in our community, and I understand the imperative to increase revenue to pay for services for the 3 million other Nevada residents. Even with all these benefits, it's just simple math that the studios will be saving tens of millions of dollars in tax payments to our state. You wouldn't need all the sweeteners in this deal if you weren't giving away hundreds of millions in tax revenue. I'm originally from South Carolina, just down the road from Georgia. The tax credits gifted to studios there have left a gaping hole in that state's budget. Lawmakers on both sides of the aisle have spoken out publicly to express regret for their vote there, especially after Marvel Studios left. We wouldn't need handouts from billionaires if we properly crafted revenue-generating legislation, as Mr. Velardita mentioned. What this comes down to is you all wouldn't be hearing this bill if the billionaires behind this were not saving money by getting tax credits. I expect anyone doing business in our
Thank you,
state
Ms.
to be
Becker.
committed
You've
to
met your
improving
2
our
minutes.
state.
I ask that you submit the rest of your
Thank you.
testimony in writing. Next speaker.
Good evening, Chair and committee members. For the record, my name is Matilda Miller. That's Mathilda-Miller, Public Affairs Director of Native Voters Alliance Nevada, and we're strong opposition to Assembly Bill 5. I want to ground us in scale. I do not think we all understand how large $1 billion actually is. If you saved $100 every single day since the birth of Jesus Christ, you still would not have $1 billion today. That is the level of public investment we are talking about. The real issue in front of this body is simple. AB 5 is a corporate welfare check disguised as economic development. It asks working families, tribal communities, and rural counties to carry the weight so multi-billion-dollar film studios can walk away with tax breaks. Here's the truth. Decades of research shows that film tax credits rarely produce long-term permanent jobs for local workers. They seldom build stable careers in our communities. They do not deliver the neighborhood-level investments that supporters promise. These are temporary jobs that are tied to temporary projects. And we have seen what happens when states chase this model. New York spent $15 million to build a state-funded film hub that never delivered the jobs that it promised. The building eventually sold for $1. That is a real track record of this industry. Meanwhile, we have schools without enough teachers, we have counties without enough mental health providers, we have indigenous communities that are still fighting for basic infrastructure. Yet this bill asks the public to hand over $1 billion film tax credit to a multi-billion-dollar industry that will never invest the same amount back into us. This is not responsible stewardship. This is not what Nevadans have asked for. This bill prioritizes wish lists while ignoring the will of the people who sent you here. My dad also couldn't participate today because of the limited constraints. But one thing that he wanted me to say is that he wants you all to really think about the future of Nevada, that we have to plant seeds for the future, and that means our children and our future and all of our loved ones. It's not to take the great small sweet treats that you can enjoy right now. We have to look into long-term prosperity, and this is not it.
You've met your 2 minutes. Next speaker. Thank you.
Good evening, Eddie Diaz, E-D-D-I-E-D-I-A-Z.
Chairperson, esteemed members of the committee, my name is Eddie Diaz. I am the Strategic Director for the Libre Initiative Nevada, one of the largest Latino organizations dedicated to empowering the Hispanic community in Nevada and across the nation. On behalf of the Libre Initiative, I'm here to express our opposition for Assembly Bill 5. I urge you to oppose AB 5 because it does not serve the best interest of our Latino community or hardworking Nevadans. Our mission is to support policies that create opportunity for all, not just a select few. Unfortunately, AB 5 does the opposite. It favors Hollywood studios and a single project in Las Vegas, leaving out Latino small business owners, workers, and families across the state. Here's why this bill is unfair. Millions of taxpayer money would go to large film and TV production, while other industries where many Latinos work get no support. The jobs it creates are temporary and unstable, disappearing as soon as filming ends. The tax credits would mostly benefit one location in Summerlin, leaving out businesses and workers in North Las Vegas, Reno, and rural Nevada. Our Latino community deserves long-term opportunities, not handouts to Hollywood. Nevada should invest in opportunities that create real lasting jobs for all, not just a few. For these reasons, the Libre Initiative Nevada strongly opposes AB 5 and urges you to vote against it. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much. And we have 4.5 minutes left. You can go ahead for the next speaker.
Hello, my name is Paula Luna, Paula-Luna, and I am the Deputy Director with Institute for Progressive Nevada, testifying in opposition of AB 5. We want to believe that Nevada will be the exception, but film tax credits around the country make big promises and rarely deliver. Programs like this force states to keep increasing subsidies just to stop studios from leaving. Meanwhile, these corporations move from state to state, chasing the next best deal, leaving local communities with nothing but subsidies when the subsidies dry up. We deserve investments that build real lasting value, not deals that only pay off corporate studios. We urge this committee to vote no on AB 5.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Anwar Green. That is A-N-W-A-R, last name Green, G-R-E-E-N. I am a citizen of Las Vegas, and I am here in personal capacity urging you to vote no on Assembly Bill 5. The point is, we've got Nevadans who are starving, we've got a housing crisis, we've got an education crisis, and we can't seem to find out how to pay to fix any of those, but we want to give bundles of money away to Hollywood studios. And we've already heard that this has failed in other states. And look, I get it, Nevada is where people come to get lucky, but I am not okay with letting studios play with house money. Not at all. They can bet on the Aces, they can bet on the Golden Knights, but I am not okay with them gambling with Nevadans' money. And because of that, I urge you to vote no.
Thank you. And next speaker.
Good evening, Madam Chair and distinguished committee members. My name is Matt Gledhill for the record, and I studied film at UNLV, and yet here I am in opposition. Let me first say that I truly wish I could support this bill. In fact, I initially did. I know at least 100 students who would benefit from the opportunities AB 5 could potentially create. However, the more I learned about the fiscal impact of AB 5, I had to reconsider. Groups such as the Nevada Revenue Coalition showed me that my initial understanding of this bill was inaccurate. When I was first explained how these tax credits functioned, I was given the metaphor of a coupon. What I've learned, however, is that we need to expand this metaphor to the level of the famous TLC reality show, Extreme Couponing. Like Extreme Couponing, by the time the coupons are applied, the store owes you money. As we face devastating federal budget cuts and lines out the door at food pantries, we cannot afford to foot the bill for these companies. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll have our last speaker there in Las Vegas. Go ahead.
Good evening, Madam Chair and Assembly persons. My name is Michelle Visconde, V-I-Z-C-O-N-D-E, and I'm here today with Americans for Prosperity Nevada. I'm urging you to vote no on AB 5 because this bill doesn't just pick winners and losers. It puts everyday Nevadans on the losing end. Families across our state are stretching every dollar to keep up with housing, groceries, and basic necessities. The last thing they need is for billions in tax dollars to be diverted into the largest corporate handout in Nevada's history, especially especially when there's no clear guarantee that our communities will ever see meaningful benefits. Some supporters point out that a portion of these funds would go to education, but we've heard this promise before. Year after year, more money is thrown at our education system with no real improvement. Nevada remains consistently ranked among the 5 worst states in the nation for student outcomes. Yet AB 5 offers no specifics, no programs, no reforms, no measurable plan to show how this money would actually lead to better results for our children. Nevadans deserve accountability, not vague assurances. Meanwhile, the state's own economic analysis, commissioned by the bill's own sponsors, shows that for every dollar under AB 5, taxpayers would get back only 23 cents. That money should be used responsibly and transparently, not gambled on a project with no clear return. On top of that, the entertainment industry is rapidly shifting towards digital and AI-driven production, pouring billions of public dollars into massive studio complexes right now risks becoming an expensive monument to a business model already changing. What do you tell future generations if these jobs disappear or move to automation after taxpayers have already paid the price? Nevada already has a film industry, one built on local creators and small businesses who invested their own money and took their own risks. They believed in our state without special treatment, without cronyism, and without corporate welfare. AB 5 doesn't protect them. It doesn't protect taxpayers, and it doesn't protect the hardworking Nevadans who will feel the economic
I ask
consequences
that you
most.
submit the remainder of your testimony to us in writing, and we have reached, actually, we've just exceeded the 30 minutes
Thank you.
in Las Vegas. So we will come here to Carson City, and we will start with testimony in opposition. Oh, I'm so sorry. I've kept the process fair and stated it at the beginning. You can go ahead and get started here in Carson City.
Good evening, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Cassie Charles, and I'm the political representative for AFSCME, the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, here representing thousands of public employees across Nevada. We are here today in opposition to the proposed film tax credits because while we support efforts to diversify Nevada's economy, we must do so responsibly and support all workers. This proposal would direct over $1 billion in tax credits to large film studios at a time when our state workforce and critical public services continue to face funding shortages. Both the Lindsay Institute and the GoEd report have stated that this report brings minimal at best return on investment. When we have to make cuts to afford these credits, we know that this bill puts state jobs and public services on the chopping block when we should be investing in long-term stability for our communities. And while we have the incredible members who have the privilege of collective bargaining and bargain for higher wages every other year, we are always at war with the state's declining revenue projections, leaving state employees to see less and less in cost of living adjustments every year. Nevada simply cannot afford to trade away public dollars that should be strengthening our social services like SNAP and Medicaid in exchange for risky corporate handouts. Every dollar we divert to subsidize private corporations is a dollar not invested in fair wages, improved staffing, and the essential services that Nevadans rely on every single day. I urge this committee to stand with Nevada's state workers and reject the film tax giveaway. Thank you for your time and your continued commitment to Nevada's working families. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Alexander Marsh with the Nevada State Education Association. Since many are kind of failing to meet the moment, I'd like to pitch a few movies with Hollywood in the room because maybe if they make a movie about it, these issues will get some attention. 47th in the Nation, a drama about how Nevada spends $4,000 less per student than the national average. A funding plan exists, but it collects dust. Maybe Hollywood will make a movie about that. Packed Classrooms, a thriller about the largest class sizes in the nation where one Nevada teacher faces 40 kids alone. Maybe Hollywood will make a movie about that. Educator Exodus, a suspense story about the educator shortages and how under this state's current budget, educators won't see a raise for 3 years. Maybe Hollywood will make a movie about that. The Hungry Student, a tragedy about how when kids and educators went without food, they saw Nevada leaders say, let them eat popcorn, and they rushed to build movie studios. No session for universal school meals, just to feed the rich, not kids. Maybe Hollywood will make a movie about that. Taxation Impossible, an action film where no action can take place because the state relies on unstable, regressive revenue streams instead of building a modern system. Maybe Hollywood will make a movie about that. Subsidy Road, a road trip heist where the entertainment industry bounces from state to state, then Nevada, in search of subsidies, leaving behind broken promises, budget cuts, layoffs, and little to no economic return. Maybe Hollywood will make a movie about that. Tone Deaf Economics, a fantasy film where Nevada's pushed off a $1.3 billion fiscal cliff for a policy debunked by the governor's office and Guy Hobbs. A world where concessions like pre-K are dwarfed in comparison, limited to one county, and used as a shield for a massive giveaway. A world where trickle-down economics works, but only in the movies. Maybe Hollywood will make a movie about that. These are the stories worth telling, but if Hollywood's the emergency, then we have truly lost the plot. This is not a special session for Nevadans. It's a session at their expense. This is a flashy distraction from real-world issues facing Nevadans. This is the third time this body's attempted to pass this economically debunked policy. This tone-deaf trilogy is tired, it's misguided, it's out of touch. It's time we put schools over studios and roll the credits on these Tinseltown tax cuts. These companies could build tomorrow and hire the great folks you've
met your
heard,
2 minutes,
but they
we'll
won't.
go on to the next
Thank you.
speaker. Thank you. You can go ahead.
Hello, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Amber Falgout, AMBER-FALGOUT. I am here to testify in opposition to AB 5. I also live in Assembly District 38. Time and time again, we face choices about how to allocate funds locally and at the federal level. Less tax revenue means we have to allocate funds differently. Transferable tax credits lower the amount of taxes the state collects, and in a state with no income tax, that is a particular problem. Lower tax revenue means less money for education, social supports, infrastructure, all the things that Nevadans need. We don't have the money as a common theme here in this building until it comes to a tricky tax loophole that benefits corporations and wealthy interests. What we have seen this year is that many of our leaders are choosing to give tax breaks to the wealthy while workers and small businesses are simply left behind. The result is an increase in wealth for a select few. Think about a world we could live in where we prioritized paid family leave over tax breaks to wealthy corporations, or if we had universal health care over ACA subsidies, which were at the crux of the recent government shutdown. We must never forget that it is workers who make these corporations, including Sony and Warner Brothers, so profitable. If you have no set designers, you have no movies. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, the average salary for a set designer is around $66,000. Once upon a time, that would have been a middle-class salary. At one point, you could have purchased a home on that salary. Not anymore. Not in Nevada. The average salary needed to buy a house in Las Vegas, according to a recent UNLV study, is $119K. We need to diversify our workforce. We can all agree on that. We cannot diversify our workforce at the expense of massive tax breaks that make wealthy corporations wealthier. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Hello, members of the committee. My name is Michael Logan. I'm a resident of Reno and a union organizer with AFSCME Local 4041. Every day at my job, I meet with Nevada state employees. Most share how much they love the work that they do, knowing they are making a difference in the lives of Nevadans. They also share with me their frustrations of having to do extra work because of vacancies, and of being told they will need to do more with less because it's just not in the budget this year. They also share with me how they're struggling to make ends meet when their contributions to PEB and PERS keep going up, yet their wages do not. There's a dedicated workforce. Nevada state employees show up and continue to provide essential services to our communities because they care. They will find a way to make it work because they know the difference they are making in the lives of Nevadans every day. This handout to Hollywood takes money from the general fund and away from the public services our communities need. Hollywood studios, let's be honest, welcome to Nevada, come and build. But just don't do it at the expense of taxpayers and the workers that make this state work. This bill would be the largest corporate giveaway in state history and couldn't have come at a worse time. Nevadans are struggling with the rising costs of everything. Our communities need help. Hollywood studios do not. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Greeting chairs and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in opposition today. My name is Patty Mockle, and I am the treasurer of AFSCME Retirees Chapter 4041. I'm not new to testifying here. I have shared the struggles state retirees have had with health care costs and among other things. Let me be clear that AFSCME retirees not only represent state workers, but but they also represent all members of PERS. As a state employee, I relied on the promise that if I did my job, the state would do what they promised, provide adequate health care and a modest pension. After 17 years of working in Nevada, I did my part. Now, my health care costs aren't covered, and the state isn't upholding its promise. I understand how state government works. There are economic cycles. Every time there's a turn down, we retirees are the first to sacrifice, and then the active members. In 2012, for example, budget constraints required retirees to move from the Public Employees Benefit Program, PEBS, to Medicare, and they created a supplemental fund to cover costs. The supplemental account hasn't increased since 2019, yet healthcare costs have increased considerably. Retirees are paying the difference out of their own pockets. I myself pay $580 out of my pocket each month, something I was promised would be covered through all my years of employment. Now we are told there isn't enough money to make us whole. Most retirees do live in the state of Nevada. Every session we come to the body to ask the state to uphold its promise to state retirees, and every session we are told there isn't enough money. I personally have three family members that work for the state.
Ms. Markle?
And just as much as all does.
Thank you. You have met your 2 minutes. If you could submit your written testimony to us, that would be wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Olivia Tanager, that's Olivia-Tanager, and I'm the Executive Director of the Sierra Club Toyabe Chapter. The Sierra Club Toyabe Chapter is the largest grassroots environmental organization in the state of Nevada, representing 40,000 members and supporters. Over the summer, we held numerous town halls, and we regularly solicit input from our members on issues that matter most to them. What I hear from Nevadans day in and day out is the cost of living. The cost of gas and vehicle maintenance because we have limited public transportation, the cost of keeping your lights on with NV Energy jacking up bills every year, concern over our water availability in the coming years. People are barely making ends meet. People are scared. Families are deciding between paying rent and keeping their lights on. Utility bills keep climbing, public transportation is scarce or unreliable, wildfire smoke chokes our skies in the summer, and our rivers and lakes are shrinking in the heat. That is the reality on the ground. That is what Nevadans are dealing with every single day. So I'm here to ask to invest in clean energy, in public transit, and wildfire prevention, and water security, and the people who actually make this state work. To that end, my organization announced the Nevada Climate and Community Investment Plan that allocates resources in accordance with what we are hearing from everyday Nevadans and would create good-paying union jobs in areas like public transportation, solar, and water conservation. I welcome partnership with anyone who wants to fund these priorities that have a better proven return on investment and would lower cost for working-class Nevadans. Some of these priorities are things I have discussed with people in this room and the folks on this committee and have been told that we don't have the funding for. Let's spend the money that our state has investing in Nevada and Nevadans. I also want to comment on the democratic process that we've seen today. I believe that what we have seen today, with a special session being declared yesterday at approximately 5 p.m., convening today at 10 a.m., with no public available bill information, does not do service to the folks that you all serve here in Nevada. Now, I've had several members call me today. Dozens of people have called, emailed, and texted wanting to know what is going on and why they haven't been able to give due input into the proposals that are being considered here today. So I did want to remark on that, and I ask you not to support this measure. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Elisa Caffaretta, and I am the Executive Director of the Children's Advocacy Alliance, which is an independent organization advocating on behalf of a Nevada where all of our children can thrive. As you well know, the federal government has and will continue to pass the responsibility for caring for children and vulnerable families onto the states. The list of impacts is long, and you're all familiar with it. We also know that investments in early childhood offer the highest lifelong returns on investment in terms of children's health, welfare, and education. We are opposed to this bill because we believe Nevada needs to be focused on finding a way to step up and provide consistent and growing support for investments in our children and families. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Michael Keys. I'm a student at UNR, and I'm representing Youth Voice Nevada. This special session will be a litmus test for our elected officials. Just 6 months ago, we were told we could only get a $2 increase per pupil in K through 12 funding, despite the fact we are 48th in the nation. Just 6 months ago, we were told dramatic changes were needed to the Millennium Scholarship for it to survive, and we're facing tuition hikes now, despite the fact we are losing our brightest minds to out-of-state colleges. 6 months ago, we rejected dozens of good improvements to our education system despite its current failures. Now, suddenly, it's an emergency to give $1.4 billion out in transferable corporate tax credits. So, to 3 million Nevadans, the message is clear. Instead of straight up funding universal pre-K, making college affordable, or ending food insecurity, the legislature would rather write a blank check to Hollywood with the taxpayers footing the bill. Instead of handing over our tax dollars to Californian businesses to make their way with our economy, you need to focus on us, the young Nevadans already here. That's why we're reaching out to our elected officials to invest in Nevada, not by corporate handouts, but by investing in us. I understand the extreme outside pressures from powerful actors put on you, but I implore you to call some of your constituents today since they cannot call in. 27 organizations in the ACLU of Nevada signed on to a letter condemning the lack of phone and public comment. And that's my community. I'm from rural Nevada. They can't just drive to Vegas or Carson City out of the blue on a workday. As Milt Glick once said, former president of the University of Nevada, the next Comstock load is not in the minds of Nevada, it is in the minds of Nevadans. Rely on the people that got you here and invest in them. Thank you, and I really hope you make the right choice.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Tara Webster, T-A-R-A-W-E-B-S-T-E-R. I'm here on behalf of the Progressive Leadership Alliance of Nevada. In recent months, the difficulties facing Nevadans has intensified, and this special legislative session could have been an opportunity to address urgent issues by prioritizing measures such as free school lunches for K-12 students, expanding employee benefits, restructuring property taxes, funding early childhood education, paid family medical leave, and investing in affordable housing. All of these bills were either vetoed or failed to pass during last session. These were your bills. We need legislators who will meet the moment, co-govern with us, and fight for all Nevadans, not just those in the South. Instead of funding film studios, $1.5 billion could have funded 7,000 affordable housing units. It could have ended hunger and food insecurity in Nevada for 4 years. It could provide free pre-K for 146,000 children for the next 40 years. Or it could have funded public transit like light rail. Assembly Bill 5 isn't sustainable, and we've seen this fail elsewhere. Please vote no on this measure.
Thank you so much. Next speaker.
Good evening, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Cullen McGinnis, and I'm a lifelong Reno resident and organizer with the Sierra Club Toyabe chapter. I'm here today to speak out against the film tax credit expansion. At a time when working people in our state are struggling with skyrocketing costs as well as disruptions to their federal benefit programs, it is disappointing that this is the priority during the special session. Our state has a limited tax base, and this Hollywood handout would exacerbate that. How many of you have poured your heart into a bill just to watch it die because of a fiscal note, or because the state supposedly couldn't afford it? Over $1 billion of missed revenue will impact our ability to fund social programs and respond to crises. This fiscally irresponsible corporate subsidy will cripple the state's ability to tackle real issues in the future and pull resources away from the programs that would better serve the people of this state. We face real environmental crises. We are the driest state in the nation, and our water resources are diminishing, especially in Lake Mead and southern Nevada. A recent study found that the majority of our groundwater wells are in serious decline, especially in rural communities. This is an actual existential threat to our state and the livelihoods of many of our rural communities. Instead of spending time focusing on another corporate subsidy, we should be investing in urban water efficiency programs, groundwater recharge and storage projects, and watershed restoration. We should be working to protect our resources rather than giving tax breaks to the ultra-wealthy for short-term benefit. The return on investment for this program is just not there. The Governor's Office of Economic Development stated that our state would only receive 23 cents for every taxpayer dollar invested. That is unsustainable and presents a long-term risk for uncertain economic gain. The jobs created by this program would also not be as high paying or permanent as we would like to see. Film shoots rely on short-term hiring and contractors. Most of the high-paying long-term jobs in production, headquarters, and post-production facilities can and do concentrate elsewhere, and a big chunk of spending would go to out-of-state companies and talent. The state risks subsidizing profits, not building sustainable career ladders for Nevadans. Please prioritize your communities over corporations and be responsible stewards of our tax dollars. Vote no.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Wiz Razar, Deputy State Director with American for Prosperity here in Nevada. I had a speech all written out here, could go through the numbers that the presentation shared, but I think I want to talk about a very important issue that is tied to this bill, and that's legacy. You see, Nevada has always been a state that's attracted businesses not through the golden standard of subsidies, but the golden standards of regulatory apparatuses that allows future posterities to continue to reap the benefits that our generation has done. So we ask you, is your heart in the right place and you want economic development? I think Nevada stands in the moment right now to really show the world, not just the country, but the world, which has been consumed by these film tax subsidies, that there's a right way to do this. And that right way is to lower the taxes and regulations, allow the diversity of the economy to thrive, to allow every single component of our economy to contribute to a lot of the gaps that you've heard here today, that people see the proper role of government is to function and render those services. We ask you not to sit here and pick winners and losers, but to pick the legacy that future generations are going to look back at this moment right here with your vote to determine how they're going to move forward when another industry comes in asking not for a $1.5 billion subsidy, but maybe for a $2.5 billion, a $10 billion. Why? Because they've seen government functions to pick winners and losers from past generation if we allow AB 5 to pass. Your heart's in the right place. I've seen you all tonight actively listen. I've seen the disagreements in the halls. But one thing that I've always seen since I've been lobbying here is that all of you have the right heart and want to do the right thing. We think the right solution is to ensure that Nevada stands to be that 1950-60 state where businesses of all backgrounds are coming, to where Howard Hughes came here and decided to be an entrepreneur and engage in the film industry despite his fingers being in all different type of adventures. So again, we ask you to vote no on AB 5, but to work with us in the future legislature to remove regulatory barriers that's going to allow Nevada to thrive the way we want.
Thank you so much. Next speaker.
Hello, Chair Monroe Moreno and committee members. My name is Kaylin Cardavani, Kardavani, and I'm the Executive Director of New Day, Nevada. Our organization fights for economic justice, democracy protection, and also houses the Revenue Coalition. While we appreciate the tremendous amount of work from the proponents and all of you, frankly, because I know it's been a long, long journey, we still have serious concerns about the effect that this bill will have on our general fund. Film studios have a history, long and very recent, of taking from a state and then leaving them when their next handout is elsewhere. This is a contrast to our broad coalition of members who we work with who try to fill innumerable needs and try to address many services that are needed in our state. And so we stand in solidarity with them since they don't get to choose whether they serve the state or not. They don't get to choose between who gets to access these services when things are cut. If they don't get to choose also not to go to work. And I know it's really hard and it's a really hard contrast, and I just hope you consider all of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other speakers that would like to speak in opposition here in Carson City? All right, not seeing any, we will close testimony in opposition, and we will move on to testimony in the neutral. And I will remind people, when you testify in the neutral position, you are not testifying in support of the measure. You're not testifying in opposition of the measure. It is simply neutral testimony. If you choose not to be neutral, I will turn off your mic and move to the next speaker. We will start in Las Vegas. And again, just like we have for support and opposition, it will be a half hour. in Las Vegas, and then we will come back to Carson City for a half hour of neutral testimony here in Carson City, and each speaker gets 2 minutes in neutral. So we will start in Las Vegas. You can go ahead.
Cyrus Hojati, C-Y-R-U-S, H-O-J-J-A-T-Y. Good to see you all again, and I will ditto the people in this room. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there another person to speak in neutral? You can go ahead.
Oh, hello, good evening. Sean Navarro, he, him, 8034 SD6, member of Las Vegas DSA, nearly 500 strong. Lights, camera, action. I'm here to speak in neutral of this bill. What is $1.7 billion, I guess? Some would argue it's a lot of money, some wouldn't. Some would say we're being lied to by the film industry, and Warner Bros. Has a history of union busting going back to the 40s, but also some would argue against it. Who's to say? I do have to say cutting off phone testimony is highly undemocratic, and that there's no reason to do that and shutting people out of the democratic process. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in Las Vegas that would like to provide neutral testimony? We saw someone
Hi
walk
there.
up to the table. Good evening. Go ahead.
Yes. Hi. My name is Aaron Harris, and I rushed down here to give testimony tonight. Dropped everything because there is no telephone testimony. And unfortunately, I will be testifying neutrally to this bill because the undemocratic way in that we're silencing the voices of Nevadans, and even those that did take the time to show up, not giving them the chance to voice their opinions on the bill and the direction. I'll only say this. When you have to resort to undemocratic means to shove through legislation, you really should take a minute to think about the ways in which you are, if it's really the right thing to be doing. And so I would like to say on this bill that, and all bills going forward, we need to make sure that all Nevadans have a chance to give their voice. Thank you.
Thank you. Not seeing anyone else in Las Vegas that would like to provide neutral testimony, we will come to Carson City. Is there anyone here that would like to provide neutral testimony? You'll have 2 minutes. You can go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Eddie Ablasur with Tri-Strategies on behalf of Academica Nevada. We are agnostic on the legislation and policy. We just want to call attention to Section 13 or Section 18. Numbers 3 and 4 include public educators or education, but not all public ed is included in there, and so perhaps public charter schools in the language and draft can be added in sections 3 and 4 so that 20% of the kids in public ed in Las Vegas can be included in the early childhood education program. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Is there anyone else that would like to provide testimony in the neutral? Not seeing anyone else. Then we will close neutral testimony, and we will invite the bill presenters to the table with any closing remarks before we close the hearing.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. Over the course of the testimony, we've heard concerns that film tax credits divert resources away from education and healthcare. And let me be clear, that is a false choice. This bill is not about taking from one sector to fund another. It's about investing in Nevada's future, creating good-paying jobs, and driving long-term economic growth that will ultimately strengthen our ability to fund these same essential public services that we are speaking about. And once the studios are operational, these studios will serve as an economic engine, attracting new businesses, supporting local businesses and local vendors, and increasing spending in our communities. That means jobs, jobs, jobs. When people have the dignity of having a good paying job that they can provide for their family with, they become better members of our community and they spend money in our community. I've said this before, but I grew up learning and believing I could be anything I wanted to be as long as I worked hard. But in order to work hard, you have to have work. And that's what we're fighting for today. The opportunity to put in an honest day's work for an honest day's pay. The opportunity for Nevadans to be able to provide for their families. The opportunity for them to put food on their table and a roof over their head. Thank you, Chair and committee members, for your time today. I know it was a long afternoon. I urge you to support this jobs bill that you have before you. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we will close the hearing on Assembly Bill 5. And members, that brings us up to the last item on our agenda for today, and that is public comment. And I will remind folks, in this portion of public comment, you can comment on anything other than what was addressed here tonight. So no comments in public comment about Assembly Bill 5. If there's anyone that has public comment at this time, I invite you to the table. We have one person at the table in Las Vegas, and I will remind you that you cannot make any comments about Assembly Bill 5, but anything else. You can go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. This is mostly just about the decision to remove remote telephonic access to testify. This is disenfranchising for me and my family specifically, and if this is how you want to invest in Nevadans, I'm slightly disappointed. More than slightly. I am one of 1 million Nevadans who has been diagnosed with one or more chronic illnesses, and oftentimes my symptoms are invisible, and days that I have can vary. I was expecting to have a choice in person or to be able to call in on the day where I am able to not do so. I can only imagine the disrespect of removing vocal representation from rural Nevadans. Yes, I believe that there is submission for written testimony, but I think that Nevadans should have a choice, and our Nevadans are calling on you to use the power that you have to be able to expand accessibility, not remove it. Thank you.
Thank you. And could you just state your name for the record? Hello? I'm sorry, we didn't get it.
My apologies. Zena Haji, spelled Zenahajji. Thank you.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
CYRUS, HOJJATY. I'm going to make this short. Whenever we propose bills or bring up ideas, in the future, I like to see is accountability. If bills are proposed and made into law and there's empty promises, I like there to be more accountability because we're just tired of one empty promise after another. They don't work, they fail, and there's a lack of accountability. And this cycle continues to repeat with so many lobbyists, with so many donors, and people are being put under the bus. So I think we need more accountability and more a system that allows if things don't work out, there's going to be consequences. And I think this is what's really getting a lot of people concerned. But other than that, good to see you all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, good evening. Sorry for the record. My name is Sean Navarro. I live at 8034. It's now 7:20. This testimony started about 2 o'clock. You had bills being heard at the same time. The special session wasn't even announced till yesterday. It's the worst kept secret in Nevada politics that it was going to be today. Folks were not given time to kind of show up and mobilize and have their voice have their voice heard. They didn't have the call-in option. I know we're trying to be mindful of folks' time, but people came here and waited for hours to get testimony, and then they had to leave. Like, we are all working people. Y'all up there in Carson City are also working people, and this turns people off to politics. This is why in 2024, only 16% of voters voted in the primary. I think whether you're left or right, we both have a common opponent, and that's indifference. Because people are losing faith in politics, they're losing faith in the system. I mean, we were told we're gonna take a 5-minute break. That was a lot more than 5 minutes, and I understand things happen, but I think tactics like that to delay votes, to do, let's be honest, do vote counting or whatever's going on, it shuts people off from politics. And I love this state so much. I love this process so much. I think local politics are so important, and we can make real change, and it packs us all on such a deep level, and I want people to be involved, and I don't want people to be turned off from it. So please, if we could be mindful of people's time and keep it accessible as possible, because that's what makes Nevada great. I think this is the greatest state in the union because we have this accessibility to politics. So let's keep that way. Thank you so much for your time. Let's all go home. Thank you.
Thank you. Not seeing anyone else approach the table in Las Vegas, and not seeing anyone here at the table in Carson City to provide public comment. That brings us to the last item on our agenda, and that is adjournment. We will have committee tomorrow. It was announced on the floor, committee was going to be at 9 o'clock. Members, you'll be happy to know we will have committee at 11-ish, and I'm going to say that's legislative time. And there will be a few 5-minute breaks tomorrow, because if we're sitting here for a long period of time, I will have to get up and walk around. So there will be more 5-minute breaks, but I will see you all bright and early, I guess, tomorrow morning. No, we are adjourned.